Hello, hello, hello.
Are you from England,
No, I'm not. Are
Scotland?
you from Are you from Scotland yourself?
No. Nope.
No. Nope.
Wales?
Oh no, no, no.
Ireland? No, you're not from Ireland. Huh. I guess I guessed it. Ireland there.
No, I'm not from Ireland and I'm not from Scotland at all. A
Uh,
little, a
Isle
little,
of Man?
a little further south of that.
London?
Keep on going.
I don't know any other cities. Chelsea?
No, I'm not. I'm not in the UK. Put it that way.
Oh, Portugal?
Portugal. Damn. Drop,
Well, a lot
drops
of people
it.
on Discord are from Portugal.
Oh,
That's
are
why I
they?
mentioned it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. No, no. I'm from the land down under, my friend.
Oh, okay. I forgot about. Okay, so you're New Zealand,
No, Australia.
Australia. Okay.
Uh,
I must have had you confused with someone else.
Possibly. There is a few Kiwis on this server, I must say. A couple from
Yeah.
Portugal. One from Brazil that I know.
Right.
A lot of Yanks. A few
Right.
Poms. Got a guy
Right.
from Finland. God, they're all over the place. Actually, I keep s- can't keep track of them.
Yeah, a lot
But
from Australia.
it is. Sorry.
I said a lot from Australia. So
Yeah,
you're born in
yeah,
Australia.
yeah. Born and bred, mate. Born and bred. Yep, 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 yep.
So what do you think of the people from New Zealand? You like them or you want to?
Look, there's a love-hate relationship, but it's a friendly love-hate relationship. We we like we like to take the piss out of one another.
I heard the people from New Zealand are more loud and obnoxious.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
No, are they more
No,
drunkard?
no, I wouldn't say that either. My wife is actually a Kiwi, so
Oh, there you go.
mm,
She made the pilgrimage.
sorry.
She made the pilgrimage.
She did at that. She did at that. Yes. Yep.
Well, I
Thank
never
goodness.
been to New Zealand or Australia.
No.
I wouldn't even know how to get there.
Uh, what part of the states are you from?
Like near New York City, if you know where that is.
Yep, 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 yep. I've got a
Upper upper
general
right hand
idea.
corner.
Oh, okay then. Yep.
Upper right.
Is that a good part of town, average part of town, or so-so part of town?
Yeah, more. I'm a suburban part, closer to on the border of the rural part.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yep,
So it's
yep,
just
yep.
just average, just
Yeah,
an
yeah,
average place.
yep. But you're sort of out of the rat race a bit.
Yep. When I was
Yeah.
growing up, my area was like 95% white. It was like all white area.
Okay. Yep.
Mostly, probably like 60% just Irish, probably something like
Ah,
that.
yep. Yep.
A lot of Irish
It,
people around here.
it's funny how suburbs change their culture over a period of time. I I
Well, the very well. What do you mean by suburbs? Because suburbs is mostly like a post Great Depression phenomenon. Like, do you mean suburbs like I don't know what you mean by suburb exactly.
Well, okay then. So you've got New York City, or which is equivalent to say Melbourne, okay? And then so you've got the Melbourne CBD, the central business district, right? And then from there you have the suburbs. So you'll have places like Carlton or Collingwood, or you get out to places like Auburn or Frankston or Seaford or Cranbourne. So they're further removed from Melbourne itself. So they're just little suburbs of Melbourne. Um, so they're considered part of the metro CBD. So they're just suburbs, but which I presume I don't know what you guys call suburbs there, but yeah, it's
Same
just
thing, yeah.
yeah, similar sort of thing. But I grew up in the country for the first part of my childhood till I was about 13, 14, and then we moved to a Melbourne suburb,
Mhm.
which I spent until I was a young adult, and then left home and whatnot. But anyway, and it was primarily what you described, mainly Anglo-Saxon culture, Greek, Italian,
I
English.
guess I
So
guess you
this,
could call a suburb like the most rote kind of scientific definition of suburb maybe is like an area where there's densely packed housing, like single housing units.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I guess
But,
to no I
mm,
guess the city is more like high rises and
high rise, exactly right. So the
high
suburbs
rise
are
public transportation. Yeah,
yeah. So the suburbs are generally where the houses are, or units, and stuff like that. But yeah,
like
no,
suburbs, the thing about suburbs is there's a lot of housing units, and it's like suburbs are designed to not allow for anything besides houses. Like it's just
yes.
business, no nothing, no corrupting things, right? It's just houses, no sidewalks, none of that.
Oh well, in our suburbs we have plenty of sidewalks and
Yeah, I
and,
would
and
say
stuff and stuff like that.
it's a here. It depends. Some places around here have sidewalks, some don't. Just
Hmm.
depends. It's a lot of work to kind of keep up, maintain sidewalks, but
Yeah,
takes a lot of
but yeah,
resources.
as I was saying, I visited. Um, I actually took my wife to where I grew up as a because we live nowhere near that suburb. Now we actually live in a different state. And about 6 months ago, we went back to Victoria, just for a bit of a break and catch up with kids and stuff like that. And I actually took her to the suburb where we grew up, and I was amazed in how it had changed. Actually, like I said, when I was there, it was mainly Anglo-Saxon, and now there is a huge Asian influence. And I'm not saying that is a good thing or a bad thing. I said I was just amazed how dramatically it had changed in about 20 or
Because
30
growing up,
years.
you probably never even saw an Asian. Probably not until you were like 20 years old or something, right? They just weren't
Look, well, no, we
around.
had yeah, well, we had a couple at school, but yeah, it kind of wasn't commonplace, and where they were back in the day were more around the inner suburbs, so closer to Melbourne. Um, when they came over to Australia, whether through immigration or if they were refugees or whatever, they tended to go to the same sorts of areas that were set up for them, and they had a similar sort of folk around. But, yeah, it is interesting how um, you know suburbs do at times have a very strong influence of one particular culture.
Right. I guess I mean it's I don't know, but like the smaller town I grew up in, it's
Yeah.
almost like uh we have sort of like a buy-in kind of culture. So it's like homes are expensive, they've always been expensive. So like maybe back in the 70s or 80s, like a nice four-bedroom house would cost something like, I don't know, $200,000, something like that. Back then, that
Yep.
was like a lot of money, right?
Yep.
And so if you're a family that moved into a small town, that was like, if you put up all that money to buy that house, it's almost like you de facto are like part of the club. It's like you like this town is like
Hmm.
it's almost like the town is like a country club, right? Like you've
Yeah.
paid a huge pound of flesh, a huge,
Yep.
membership fee.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep. Yep.
there's like I don't know if it's the same thing in Australia, but that's I've noticed that's kind of like a I don't know if it's an Anglo thing or a Germanic thing, but it's like if you're if you put in a big um if you really commit your life and your money to a community that's like
Mm.
it's like you're in. It's like that's kind
Yeah.
of all it was really.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny you should mention that. I've never really looked at it that way, to be quite honest with you, balls. And now that you do kind of mention it, I don't know really if I can disagree. Like, yeah, because there are, obviously, suburbs. Some are more desirable than other suburbs. It just is. It is what it is, and you have to be able to afford to buy into these places. And yeah, what you're saying is probably a little bit true. It's like buying a membership at a posh golf club, or something along those lines. You paid your dues. You're one of the club. You're one of the boys. You've bought the golden ticket. Um,
Yeah, it's like it doesn't
yeah,
matter if you're like a terrible golfer or whatever, or if you wear like plaid stupid pants or whatever. It's like
no,
you're allowed in there, and
yeah,
will kind of make you into something
yeah,
eventually.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's definitely an interesting take on it, which, yeah, like I said, there probably is, a little bit of truth behind that
So like the
statement.
Asians, the Asians. I think see the stereotype of Asians in Australia from here is that many of the Asians are wealthy. Is that true? So like maybe there's Asian immigration that goes into Australia, and these families somehow had the money to buy homes and
Look,
stuff. Do they
what
come from
I
like China? Where did they come from? Thailand?
look, they come from
Taiwan?
all parts of Asia, whether that's India, China, uh,
Oh, India. Okay.
you
Okay,
know,
that's funny.
yeah,
You consider India part of Asia. Okay, that's funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Technically, it is,
Yeah.
um,
That's
but
funny though, because lately I've noticed people have been trying not to associate India with Asia, but that's
oh,
that's
okay,
just a
okay,
so.
yeah, fair
But
enough.
that's
Yeah,
interesting because growing up years ago, Indians were considered Asians, and now
yeah,
it's identity has flipped a little bit, like similar to
yeah.
like Russians. When I was growing up, Russians were considered Europeans, and now people don't speak of
Yeah,
Russians as
yeah, you got that. Yeah, they're kind of being separated or segregated from the rest of Europe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
just
getting back
petty
to
reasons.
the
Yeah.
how are Asians depicted? Look, there are obviously some that do come over with a bit of wealth, but the experience that I have had with them is they see an opportunity to um, better themselves, and they have a culture um, of generally being very hardworking. And what they'll do is they'll come here, and all of them will pull together to say buy a home, right? Or even not even necessarily to buy a home, to at first maybe just rent a home. And you'll get at times, and I've known of this to happen, but I'm not going to say it's commonplace, but it does happen with my small bit of experience. And they'll get two or three families living in the same home. Okay, then. or renting the same home, and then they'll save up enough money to buy a home. So then they'll all move into that home, right? And but then all of them together will then pool their money together to buy a second home and a third home. And they're very, very smart. They're very, very hardworking, and they're very focused with what they want to do. And they seem to have a legacy of providing better for their family and for their children, um, which I think that uh, ethic doesn't always get passed on to their children, because if their children are born here and they're born into this better way of life where they have been given things that their parents and grandparents have worked so hard for, it almost turns into a uh, a attitude of, what is the word I'm looking for? There is a word I can't.
Well,
But
they think
they're
money just grows on trees, like
well, money just
wealth
grows on trees,
disappears.
but sorry, yeah, money grows on trees, but they're entitled to it, and they don't have the same work ethic and like I said, the same attitude as what their parents do. But but yeah, um, but definitely the the Asian culture, and if we want to put India in that, they do bring different things to our country, and there are some people that do resent that, and there are some people that do admire that. Um,
Mhm.
it is what it is at the end of the day. If people are prepared to work for something, they kind of deserve it in in my opinion. Uh,
It is
where
funny. I don't know if you've noticed it about maybe Chinese or Japanese people, but they seem to be obsessed with like. Have you ever heard of the concept of harm avoidance?
hmm hmm yep.
They seem to be kind of very focused on that. That kind of is like explains like why they're so like shy and nebbishy, and they carry umbrellas around and wear
hmm
the masks on their face, and they're very like they dress like in a tidy way, and they it's like they're the tidiness and the harm avoidance. They're almost like hypochondriac by nature.
mm,
They I don't know what it is, but it's like and that might explain like why maybe they gravitated towards suburbs because they want to be kept away and kept
yeah,
uncorrupted and um unbothered.
yeah. I think a lot of resentment comes from Australians towards, particularly, say the Chinese, in particular, some of the Indians as well. Um, I, I personally have no problem if you want to immigrate here to Australia and make Australia your home, right? um, Buy your home, right? You deserve to be able to buy a home, own your own home, because this is your home. I don't think it is right that foreign entities can buy, whether it's businesses or properties, or farmland, or water rights, or energy rights, or mining rights. I don't think that should be allowed to happen myself. So I think, especially to go towards the Chinese, because they are big purchasers of a lot of our property. Even though if you looked at the percentage of how much China owns Australia, it would work out to be a small percentage. But then if you were then to break it down of what is that small percentage of, and if it's prime real estate, prime business, mining sites, railway sites, water rights, these sorts of things. That's where I've got an issue with the China as a country, personally.
Hmm.
I don't know what it's like over there in the US. I don't know if you guys allow um, foreign countries to buy businesses, to own land, mining rights, and all that sort of stuff. Got got no
Yeah, they're
idea.
probably U.S. is probably it's more allowed than
Yeah,
in China than in Australia,
yeah,
but there's probably less of it in general.
yeah,
Probably just simply because of geography, just the
mm,
proximity of Australia
yeah,
to its orient to the east. But
yeah.
yeah, it's you
We,
see Justin Trudeau just they're making an effort in Canada to ban foreign and purchasing of real estate.
hmm
So it seems
hmm
like maybe there's a pushback coming coming eventually.
Possibly, possibly, and I think it's justified too, balls, because you know countries like the US and Australia, we're not allowed to go to China and buy land and own land. Now, we can't buy a mine or mining rights or anything like this. We can lease land, we can lease a home, right? But we can't ever own it, right? Where and I can't understand if we can't do it, right, why they are allowed to do it. Like it needs to go both ways, really. But it is what it is, and that's interesting that Trudeau is giving little bit of pushback. Maybe other countries will follow. Um, one thing here in Australia. I think Australia sold 50% of its one of its main artesian water rights, to China. This is the driest continent on Earth,
Mm,
Australia, and yet we sold 50% of our water rights, which got absolutely no airtime before it happened, while it happened, or after it happened. It kind of everything got swept under the table. It was like one of those deals that was done in the shadows of the hallway of our parliament. Very very sneakily done. Very very sneakily done. That one.
mm.
Crazy. Crazy.
In the year 2021, Australia was in the news a lot. I don't know if you noticed that, but over here, Australia got a lot of headlines because of all the pushback to the vaccine stuff. I guess there was like was there a truck thing truck protest in Australia? I think they had a couple of
Look,
those.
it wasn't. It was nowhere near as big as what it was portrayed to be. Nowhere near as big. Um, and it was shut down very very quickly. Very very quickly.
Mm,
Um, depending on what side of the fence you're on, that could be unfortunate or that could be fortunate. But there really hasn't. And I think if there is any pushback to these mandates and these suggestions of getting the big V and whatnot, especially in this country, it's very much downplayed. I think
right.
so it doesn't gain
Depicted as being
traction.
fringe and stuff.
Yes, yeah. So it doesn't get any traction. It's it's put in the category of fake news, misleading news, misinformation, and whatnot. So you have to almost go looking for things, and if it does get on mainstream news, it's only for a blink of an eye. It's a blink of an eye, and it's framed in a very particular way that these things don't get traction. You know, the people that are conducting this pushback or these protests are painted in a light of they're the bad people sort of thing, and you know
Hmm.
we have to shut them down.
Do they is the vaccine mandated in Australia right now for like everybody who works for a company, or
It
what kind of rules
is.
is it right now?
It is. Hold on, I'll tell you. Just give me 2 secs, and I'll just do something here because I don't think I'm just
It looks like
But
Geo
yeah,
stepped down as the top admin, right?
sorry.
Is Geo still the top admin?
No, Geo's the owner. He's the
He's
owner
the
of the
owner.
server.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the owner of the server. So yeah.
Somewhere out there, there's Discord mods that get paid a real salary. Somewhere out there,
Really?
I would guess some of the biggest Discord servers in the world. They,
Okay.
they probably got some like League of Legends or whatever the big giant servers are.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of work though. I mean, I don't. I guess you're on call 24/7.
Well, I suppose if you're being paid for it, it's a job then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um, you know.
I heard a friend of mine was like, he's like a programmer. He's got a
Mm,
programming job and he's done it for like years. And so he said his most hellish programming job was when he had some sort of 24/7 on call kind of thing. And that was like
right.
kind of shitty. It's part of the reason why I never got into programming because like my thing is I like my computer and using the computer and stuff,
Mm,
actually working on it.
hmm
To me, it's like they say about jobs and working. It's like things are fun until you have to do it for a living,
for sure. For
and
sure.
then it's like,
What do you do with yourself to earn a buck? Can you say that without doxing yourself too much?
no, I actually I play cards. I play
Oh,
poker.
poker.
Yep,
Oh, professionally.
yep. I've been doing
Damn.
it. Been at it for like 3 years now, but I've been playing for a long time. But
So you is that at a casino or online?
yeah, it's like all casino. I mean, I play online on my phone a lot too, but the
Yeah.
big dollars are casino because you're actually dealing with actual payments in the casino. You're actually getting paid, and
Hmm.
actually swaps hands.
And obviously you've been doing it for a few years now, but is it is it just like say like the money you've made over the last few years, is it just like say, a normal job, or you do quite well out of it, done very well out of it, how's it sort of
It's
going
close to
for you?
my yeah, it's close to what I was making as a normal person working
Uh-huh.
normal. It's about similar. Maybe that's just almost like serendipity. It's like your cognitive, your skills can only converge at a certain point. But in
Hmm.
poker, you get, I wouldn't say lucky, but I mean you could win a big tournament, and that's obviously it's just wild as far as like the swings about of
Yeah.
regarding you make. But I'm definitely on the like lower tier of things. Like I'm one of the I don't want to call myself a bottom feeder. I guess you could say I'm a bottom feeder. I'm kind of I play in the casino. Casinos I play in have some of the probably lowest level players out there. It's like the lowest level of talent and the
Right.
lowest payouts.
Yep.
And that,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
but people see poker on TV and they see all the big money, but the vast majority of people who play professionally or people who make a little bit of money here and there,
Uh-huh.
vast majority play at the low level, at the casino,
Yeah.
at the lower table stakes.
Yep. 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 So how much of playing, what percentage would you give it, is between it would be attributed to your skill as a player, like reading the table, um
Yeah,
reading people, reading tells, compared to the luck side of it. Because
yeah,
for argument's sake, you could be in a semi strong position. right? And it's just like, okay, then I can't be beat, whatever. And whatever, you bet whatever, or you go all in, and then bang, come the the flop, and the river, and all that sort of stuff, and all of a sudden you're facing four twos, and you've just got blown out of the water. Like, how much of it is actual luck, and how much of it is it, just keeping you cool and playing a tactical game.
Yeah, it is like all just skill and kind of skill and temperament.
Hmm.
It,
Hmm.
the longer I play, it actually took me years to really just kind of grasp just like how much of it is like just talent and ability.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, you get unlucky. I get unlucky like every day. You get
Yeah.
wild how,
So.
but when it comes to the biggest money people who win big tournaments, take down big tournaments, that
Yeah.
is more unclear. I'm not quite sure how much of that is skill and luck. I've certainly seen people that get absurdly lucky. It's
Hmm.
wild. Tournament. I mean, to this day, I don't think the world of poker tournaments is even like solved. I don't think nobody really knows like just how good some of the best players are. Seems like the best of the best are truly skilled and talented at tournament play.
Hmm.
And the rest of the iceberg there. I mean, who knows? I mean, tournament poker is just it's a totally different world compared to like cash. Uh, I don't know. I don't know if you've experienced tournament poker about how it is, how it goes.
Look, the only poker I've played really is been in the we have a pub tournament that goes around, and I've played a couple of times in that. Um, and it really is more for say shits and giggles, for want of a better word. It'll cost you, say, $20 or maybe $50 to buy in, right? And
Mm.
you'll get, say, 10 grand worth of chips that you sit down and you start off with. And if you get to go to the first break, some of the tournaments, you get to, buy in again, if you're running a bit low, or you can buy in, even if you're not running low, to be honest with you. Um, but I personally have never taken it seriously. To me, like, if a tournament costs, say, 25 or $50, it's all, and you get 2 or 3 hours enjoyment out of it. It's like going to the movies or going out on the to the pub or something. It's a few hours entertainment, and that's kind of how I look at it. I'm not playing. I don't have the skills to play um, at any sort of level. To be honest with you, I think might have a good hand. I think I bet, you know, appropriately at times, um, and sometimes you just think to yourself too, because a little bit I have, kind of watched them, and maybe even played online. It's just like, oh, you got a good hand, so bet strong, so you'll get the other players to, sometimes think that you might be bluffing, or whatever, or you do have a good hand. And I've been blown out of the water heaps of times where I've kind of betted that much. I've committed that much to the pot, um, where another person has just come in over the top of me and just like gone all in, and you got no other choice other than to match the bet, because you kind of already committed to the pot,
Mhm.
and you flip it over. Your hands are about even, right, at times, and then it's just like disaster when you see the flop and the river, and you just go, oh my god. But like I said, it's all in good fun. I don't play seriously, at all. Um, but
It is
you,
the psychology of how people like when it comes to actual like fights and altercations. the most altercations and fights I've ever seen in my life are in card rooms.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Seriously?
not in the workplace, not anywhere else, just in casinos. People don't like to lose their money. I know what that's like, but some people really don't like. But if you play in it, like let's say you play in your pub poker tournament and it costs
Hmm.
$20, or let's say you
Yep.
play in a tournament and it costs $5.
Yep.
It's amazing how just losing $20 or $5 does it hurts. There's something about it. It's almost like inexplainable. Like how
Yeah.
something about it just bothers you. I don't know what it is, but there's something deeply psychologically crushing about losing money and then in such a way that number one, you lose money and you get nothing in return. You got nothing out of it, and then you kind of lost in a way where your brain told you when you made the move that like, oh, if I bet this money, there's a 100% chance or there's 90% chance I'm gonna win, and then
Yeah.
to have the tables flipped on you just like that is like there's something about the human brain that just can't deal with that. To have
Yeah.
your to have all your expectations just completely just flipped on you.
Mm.
It's hard to compare it to other sort of emotions or feelings. I don't know what it is. I think a similar emotion I felt in my life is if you're talking to like let's say a female in
Mhm.
person
Mhm.
and maybe she's attractive or whatever, so you're talking to them and then just like out of nowhere a man comes in and just sweeps them away and then you're like, oh, that person was married, oh, that person was
Oh,
take.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like a similar, I think there is a similar thing in your brain which is like, oh fuck, like what the,
Okay. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
just something just ripped out from underneath you. But it
Suppose.
is funny the way poker like manipulates your psychology when you're playing.
Yeah.
I'm actually playing
Well,
right now. I just hit quad, just made
uh,
quad tens just now.
oh, really? Quad
Yeah,
10. Boom. Happy days. The
yeah.
yeah,
We're gonna
maybe
win
like
this
I
one.
said, I've probably been a bit fortunate there. Balls I've never like I said, I've only ever played it maybe three times at a pub, maybe three times. And I've never gone in there with anything else other than the expectation just to have a good night. You know, you hope you might win, right? Don't get me wrong. Like you enter something that money's on, up for grabs. It's like buying a Tatslotto ticket or a lotto ticket. You call them over there. Similar sort of thing. Like when you buy it, you go, gee, I might win, sort of thing. But if I have lost, yeah, it's been no skin off my nose. It's just like, okay, then cool. I've had a good night, happy day, a few laughs, had a couple of good hands and stuff, and yeah, mosey on out. But I suppose if you were taking there are people here that play the pub tournaments quite regularly. So I presume those people would be taking it way more seriously. So if they did lose, there would be a bigger reaction from them if
Mhm.
they were to lose for whatever for whatever particular reason. But when you're seeing fights and stuff like that, is that because people are claiming that someone else has cheated? Um,
Yeah, it's never really happened at the table I've been sitting at, but usually it boils down to so and so loses a hand, so and so gets bluffed, and then somebody feels like they've been slighted or disrespected, and they make a jab, a comment, and then somebody's like, "Oh, whoa, you're just losing, so you're mad because you're losing," and then it just escalates from there. Just
yeah.
people needling each other. But then
Mm,
fundamentally, at the core of it, what really instigates all of it, the hair trigger of all of it, is the fact that some person lost is losing money, and that's just
mhm.
upsetting to them psychologically.
Do you think also too, because at our the pub tournaments I've played at, um, and I don't know about um, the um, the environment you're talking about, but is there also too alcohol involved? And is that a contributing
Oh,
factor as
definitely.
well?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
there's a thing. I guess some people are angry drunks. They get more bold and hot-headed when they drink
Mhm,
more.
mhm.
But I think without alcohol in an environment where people aren't drinking, I think it would actually be more altercations. I think it would be worse
Yeah. Okay.
because you know because some people are happy drunks. Some people are more
Yeah.
mellow when they're drinking.
Mhm, mhm.
And so in the end, I'm not sure the drinking makes a difference. The only difference the drinking makes is it makes people more sociable.
Yeah.
It makes more conversation a little less tense in some situations.
Mhm.
But about it's like the see the thing is some people are very neurotic by nature. They get some people are just more theatrical and neurotic by nature, and so some people when they lose money, whether it's $1 or like $1,000, $1,000 is a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Some people are neurotic, and so when they lose money, there's something in their head that tells them like this money I lost is I'll never make it back ever again in my life. Like my life's over now. I lost money. It's over. I can't,
Mhm.
I can't deal with this loss. And but some people by nature have a bigger, like zoomed out 30,000-foot view on life, right? They see the bigger picture. And so when they lose money, it's just not as it doesn't agitate them as much. Because as you know, you're probably older than me, but as you know, in life, like you're never going to have as much money as you want to have, right? So you could have $10,000 in your bank account, or you could have a million, $2 million in your bank account. And a lot of people eventually psychologically you'll tell yourself like, I don't have as much money as I wish I did. Like you're never satisfied with how much you have.
Yeah.
And so some people, if they lose money gambling or whatever, they've already sort of internalized that truth that like, look, I lost money, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's like I lost money, but eventually I'm gonna, things are gonna regress to the mean, and you know, I'll have money. We've all had financial setbacks in our life where we lost hundreds or thousands of dollars here and there. But it's amazing that you fast forward years in the future and you recovered. I don't know how you recovered, but we men are problem solvers, and
Yeah.
no matter what setback you get, there's always a way to dig yourself out of a hole.
Yep.
And neurotic people they don't really grasp that, or they don't want to they don't want to deal with the having to come up with the solutions to the problems they create, and so they get kind of freaked out and they start fighting and they get kind of aggressive. And
Yeah.
but that's part of humanity, right? Some people are just built some people are just steely in demeanor, and some people are just kind of theatrical and soft.
True that. Yeah. True that. Yeah.
It's the world we live in.
Exactly. Exactly. It is an interesting place, the world in general. Uh, I'm fortunate. I've had a pretty damn good run. You know, myself. Uh, uh, yeah, made money, lost money, um, and yeah, like you say, whenever you uh, have money, you do fall into the trap of, gee, I would like more of that. I would like more of that, and you try to get more, but it yeah, I think well, I don't know if it's an age thing or whatever, or if you've had your time and whatnot. But I think with age, with a lot of people, things tend to get a little bit more put in perspective about what is important and stuff.
Mhm.
Um, definitely when you are younger. Um, well, it's kind of how you're brought up too, isn't it, balls? To get a job and the world is your oyster, so to speak. You work hard enough, and everything can be yours. Everything can be yours. Um, is
Mhm.
that is that the right way to be? I don't I don't know. Like, there's a good argument to say that no, it isn't the right way to be, but that's how we are conditioned. We definitely are conditioned that way. Uh, work hard, you know. Uh,
Mhm.
you
Yeah,
know,
it's
get
some of the
get.
littlest habits can accumulate and actually be be so beneficial. So if a man or a woman simply woke up at, let's say, 6 in the morning, early in the morning, and went to bed at a decent hour, whatever, 10:30 at night, 9 o'clock at
Mm,
night, whatever it may be. If
mhm,
one person consistently did that from whatever the teenage years up to the age of like 40 or whatever, if somebody consistently had that habit of consistent sleep and rest and being restrained in their behavior,
mhm,
like that person's gonna be all set for life. It doesn't matter what they do. They could work as some low paying job, some minimum wage job, or they could be an aristocratic going through higher education, being a lawyer, being a doctor, whatever. No matter what they did, simply because they had these very diligent habits,
mhm.
they're going to be a success in life. Like their life's actually going to be basically easy
Yeah,
simply because of like the small decisions they make, the little habits, the things they do to avoid harm or trouble.
yeah,
Like that's just so critical, and I think sometimes we get bogged down by kind of these technocratic uh schemes. So we tend to we get gassed up on thinking that, oh, if you just simply get a certain college degree, or if you know the right person, or if you're in a certain club, or if you work out, or if you lose weight, or if you have a certain religion, people get gassed up on thinking that if we do these little other things, if we distract ourselves in a certain way, then that's going to be our ticket to having all kinds of wealth and stuff, when really it all of that can be thrown away easily. And it's more like it's really your, I don't want to say your genes, and because that gets into a discussion of like predestination and determinism, but a lot of just like your habits, your temperament, how level-headed you can be, or how you can leverage your whatever skills you have. Like that's far, maybe it's a far better, but it's a strong indicator of how successful or how easy your life will be. Just
yeah.
simply like how how I guess just like just your habits, just how I don't know,
I
how
think you're.
intelligent,
Yeah,
how
yeah,
smart
I
you can be.
think. Yeah, I think you're a product of your environment. Also now, if you come from an environment of, say, great wealth and things are handed to you on a silver platter, you know, um, you may have a fairly easy life. You may be given opportunities where things are fairly easy, for you, but you don't have the same work ethic um, that afforded you to be in that position to start off with, right? Because you were born into it, and these people, and I know a couple of these sorts of people that they've lost it all. because of their poor habits. But I've known people on the flip side of that that have come from an environment of struggle too, where they have been very successful in picking their way out of that struggle, um, and providing not only for themselves but for their families very successfully, and they thrive in it and they just get more and more successful. Um, it is a it's an interesting it is an interesting thought, actually. Where it's where people end up, how and why. Um, there's
Yeah,
also
if
there, there's also too, a big argument too, that a lot of people that are, say, born into poverty and whatnot, and struggle street, never get out of it. Even though they may appreciate just the little things, but they can never get out of it, whether it's from either A, lack of opportunity, B, they don't try and grasp an opportunity, B, they're used to the environment of the poverty as well. And there's also too, plenty of examples of people that come from a better upbringing too, that also thrive and survive. So yeah, it's pretty hard just to narrow it down, isn't it? How people do succeed, and what really is the measure. What is the measure of success? Is success wealth? I don't know. I personally would say, realistically, that success is a happy and a healthy life. That's the ultimate success. Um, that'd be my definition. And the people around you, the people that love you, and how you love those people. I think that is personally the ultimate success. Um, I personally am very blessed, with 7 kids and three grandkids. So personally, I have a big family. I come from a big family. My grandparents, my aunties and uncles also too have big families. So we come from you know this environment of happiness and love, and family first, and whatnot. Loving unconditionally, as well, um, which I think is a very important um, quality to pass on.
mhm.
You, that you love your family members unconditionally. Now your family members may do something wrong, right? Now, that doesn't mean that you have to agree with what they did or even accept what they did, but you still love them unconditionally. They are still part of the family, and they deserve support. They deserve comfort and compassion. But you don't have to, you know, agree or enable behavior that you don't agree with, but
Healthy instinct.
you never retract your love, from your family, at all. It's not like an ex-girlfriend or boyfriend or something, um, that you can just discard, on the pile of, another maybe opportunity or lost opportunity. But family's always first, and
Yeah, it's amazing. it's amazing phenomena of love and friendship and family is that nobody in your life will love you as much as like your immediate family or maybe a extended family. Like the bond between humans, it's almost magical, right? Like
Oh,
the love you have between mother, daughter, mother, son, father, son, brother, brother, sister, sister,
yeah.
uh, maybe a favorite cousin, other cousin, grandma, grandpa, grandkids. Like that family, that love, that unconditional love. It should be a refuge, you know. Like the world is a cold place. There's all kinds of strangeness and alienation out there in the world. But your family is supposed to be a safe space per se. It's supposed to be a place where the love and the the communication that you have between each other is something that cannot be experienced anywhere else in the world. No matter how
Mm,
hard you look for it, no matter how many drugs you take, the the kindness within a family is supposed to be it's so intense that it's something that's irreversible, right? Like no matter
oh,
what happens in the world, what
definitely.
things, what time of year it is, how much money people have, whatever,
Mhm.
it's supposed to be a kind of emotional bond that is inseparable.
They have been talking, the last few years about safe spaces. They encourage these safe spaces, whether it's in a school environment, a work environment, um, and whatnot. Which personally, I disagree with safe spaces, right? Um, all spaces, should be safe, but the ultimate safe space, is your home, is your family. That's the
Mhm.
ultimate, safe space, and you should always be able to rely on that,
Mhm.
for a soft place to fall if needed, if needed, because we all need a soft place to fall at times, and you need to be able to find that, uh, in your home, or with your family. Um,
Yeah,
like I said, that.
there should be an overwhelming sensation of comfort when you're around family.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Yep.
a
Yep.
kind of comfort you couldn't even get at the most quaint little five-star hotel, you know, place out
Exactly.
Alps or anything
E-
like an experience you can't buy. That's impossible to
yeah.
get.
Yeah. To this day, grew up for the first part of my childhood up until I was like 12 or 13. I grew up on my grandparents' farm. They had a dairy farm, and I grew up there. And the house itself was basically just a corrugated tin shed, uninsulated, hot, uncomfortable in the summer, cold in the winter. Um, but the it, it it's funny, that feeling of home and comfort that resonates with me from back in my childhood. It's such an important part of me, and it you know definitely was something that uh, we tried to impart on our kids, too. Um, that it's not about you know what you live in. Um, it's uh, the environment of the people that you live in, because you know a house is just a house at the end of the day, but a home is the love that warms it and makes it a home, not just a house.
You said this was your grandfather's house. Which house was this?
The house that I grew up
The house
in
that
was
you
my
grew up in.
yeah
Okay.
my grandparents' house. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, what happened to that house? You still own it, or?
No, no, basically my grandfather had an accident on the farm, and um, my uh, my parents themselves. My father wasn't necessarily he worked in town, not actually on the farm himself, and he didn't want to take over the responsibilities of the farm, and so it was decided basically to sell. Grandpa couldn't be on the farm anymore because of medical reasons. He needed a lot of medical assistance after the accident, so we had to move closer to a major city where he could get the medical treatment that he constantly needed, um,
What kind of
which was a
farm was it?
shame. Sorry,
What kind of farm was it?
it was a dairy farm. Yeah, dairy farm.
Like sheep's or cows or what?
No cows. Dairy. So milking the cows first thing in the morning and last thing at night, twice a day, 365 days a year,
Mhm.
pretty much. Yeah. And it was a great life. It was an absolute great life for myself and my brother and sister to grow up on. It was absolutely brilliant.
So you must be an expert on cows. What they like to eat,
Well,
the behavior,
well, look,
how to
I
how
wouldn't
to milk.
say an expert. I definitely know my way around cows. I know how to care for them, and I had to milk them. Different sorts of feed
More than I know.
and whatnot. How to lance them when they're suffering from colic and these sorts of things. How to put them out of their misery when they're being injured. How to help them when they're being when they're calving. I've had I myself personally have had I've been shoulder deep into a cow, trying to learn how to twist the calf around and maneuver it so the cow could give birth a little bit easy, and just general day to day farm life, whether baling hay or feeding, dealing with irrigation, fencing, and just basic maintenance of the dairy itself, and dealing with the infrastructure of the dairy itself, from the from the vats to the to the pipes to the hygiene to the milk tanker, coming to a few times a week to empty the vats, and taking the calves off the cows, having to feed the calves, fattening them up, getting them off the teat and being able to drink the milk from the trough, before they can actually feed on harder stuff. Going to the
It is
markets.
funny. You being someone that grew up on a farm, it gives you a feeling of authenticity, right? As a person, that it's like it's like you feel that nobody else really has, right? It's like you have this experience, this life experience that you can hold over everyone else, except for, of course, other people that grew up in a similar kind of environment, right? So you feel a certain kind of affinity and camaraderie with other rural types, right? Other people who, it's like you're part of like a deep state, basically. Like you're a member of the rural Kulak deep state of other fellow travelers, people who have milked cows and done all that stuff, who've
Yeah, look,
hardship of living in the country.
yeah, look, I definitely have a connection and affinity, you know, farming life in general. Doesn't matter what sort of farm it is, whether it's crop farming, dairy farming, cattle farming, sheep farming,
Even if it's
you
just
name
somebody
it.
who, like, mows lawns.
Yeah, I definitely have a affinity for people that because farming um, is more of in a lot of ways, it's more of a lifestyle choice too. You're self-sufficient. You do things, for yourself. Um, and not only do you do things for yourself, you also to band together with the community to help the community out. So um, um, it's a bit different now because farms are becoming more like co-ops and they're becoming more commercialized. But back when I was a kid, you would have say my grandfather would have a piece of machinery, okay, then for a particular job. So he would go out and he would purchase that particular piece of machinery, but you're not using it all year round. You only need it like when you need it. It's generally, say a hay baler or a slasher or whatever the case may be. But instead of the farm next to you going out and getting that hay baler as well, you've already got one. So he'll go out and get another piece of machinery that does another slightly different job, and so you share your machinery, but also to your band in together. So when it comes time to slash the grass and bale it and whatnot, you would group together, right? So because basically all the crops grow, they're all planted at about the same time. They all grow at about the same time. So you'll have a couple of weeks there where all the farmers band together and they'll go to one particular farm and they'll slash all the grass and get that over and done with. So then that's all slashed and that's sitting and that's drying a bit. Then you go to the next farm and you
Mm.
slash all its grass, so it's
So it was
sitting and
like
drying
a
again.
barter economy. There was like
But
a barter
exactly
system.
like a bartering, but all you were doing was exchanging labor, like you weren't exchanging money, but you were helping each other out as well. Um, things like
Mhm.
the
You feel like you have no choice but to
well,
reach out fellow
well,
fellow
it,
farmers,
it
right?
it's not. It's not that you feel like you've got no choice, balls. You do it because you see it's more efficient to do it that way,
Oh, yeah, right,
right?
right.
It's way more efficient, and it builds a very close knit community as well, because everyone is friends with one another, and whenever there's a problem, people will gather around to try and solve that problem, or if someone's in need or whatnot, someone falls sick for whatever reason, the community will band together to get that job done, to take the load off that person or his family, and that's what it's like, and it is it, that mentality to me is chalk and cheese to city life. It's chalk and cheese. People are very much individuals. They work for themselves. They only care about themselves. Um, um, the sense of community isn't as strong. It's not as close. Um, these from what I can tell.
I think
Um,
what the temperament of people who live in cities, particularly very, very cosmopolitan, very high population cities, is that it's like everybody there accepts the fact that it's an alienated, individualistic existence. But in exchange for that, they get periods of time where their life is incredibly just comfortable. Like they don't have to do really much of anything just to survive.
yeah,
And so you can have like a snowstorm or a hurricane or something rip through your area and cause a lot of life to become very difficult. But
Yeah.
since you're in a city, you can weather that storm. You can just exist. You can, you can get food by just wandering over to a local shop and just buying, a bag of rice or something.
Hmm.
So there's times when your life can be incredibly comfortable, but the trade-off, of course, is that you have a more alienated kind of transient bohemian existence in the city, and but in the country, it seems like you get more of the comfortable, um, lower stress, more authentic uh, life. You get a
Hmm.
more spiritual, more um, less brain fog. You get
Yeah.
that kind of in the countryside, but the
Yeah.
trade-off is that you don't really get to enjoy like long periods of leisure and just carelessness.
No, yeah, it is a look. It's a the farm life is a hard life. Like it is a hard life, and it is demanding. Um, and yes, you're right. You don't get long periods of of leisure, or you don't get 4 weeks of holiday each year to go do what you want. Um, Depending on on the sort of farm you have. Like I said, being a dairy farm, it was 365 days a year. Even Christmas Day, you're milking the cows. S- um, but having said that, it's it's leisure of a different um, sort, and like you did say, you don't have this brain fog. Like there's a clarity, and there is a purpose, and it is very fulfilling. It is very fulfilling, and there is plenty of leisurable times. Um, I remember so many times where there would be an activity, or a gathering at someone's farm, or our farm, where there'd be a big bonfire, and all these plates of food would be brought around, and everyone would be sitting around the bonfire, and I'm talking huge bonfires. Being on a farm, they're absolutely massive. Uh, and everyone just having a good time, just laughing, and people bringing their instruments and playing. 'Cause, my grandfather used to play the banjo, and a couple of his mates used to play some instruments as well. So they'd be playing music and stuff, and all us kids would just be dancing around the bonfire, and lighting up um, sticks, and running around with sticks on fire, and waving the sticks around, and having sparks going left, right, and center, and yeah, we might not have had the you know the long holidays, or anything like that, but I wouldn't I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change 1 second of it. I wouldn't know what it was like to have had that anyway. Um, but I can't imagine, um, if we had have gone on a long holiday, that the feeling would have been better. Like, would have been cool as a young kid, maybe going to say a theme park with roller coasters and all this sort of stuff. That would have been a cool experience. As a as a kid. Um, but I didn't have it. So I don't actually miss it. I've taken my kids to these sorts of places, but they were kind of brought up in a different environment too. Um, as well. But we definitely have tried to continue that tradition of having family gatherings, having friends over all the time, experiencing that sort of leisurable moment. Um, yeah, yeah,
Um,
it is. It is
I
definitely.
heard a lot of games and sports was invented from uh, rural areas. So it was like these were games where you take a piece of land, a plot of land that was perhaps maybe not quite needed for farming or something, some space, and then you take the young men who are very feral and very athletic and strong and stuff, and you channel that into a pastime for them, like such as soccer or even golf was invented that way. So you
Yeah.
get a lot of games and activities are innovations from like
Hmm.
I don't know if this is true, but well, we had it in the US is like a lot of competitive like fairs, like county fairs. It's
Yep.
competitive, right? They do the tractor pull or the a similar
Yep.
thing pull,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
and
Yep. We.
you set up these um they're like distractions. They're just kind of cute, fun activities, and
Yeah.
but they're innovated from the yeah from the rural. You know, the people in the rural areas they want to have their time off. They want to have some fun. They want to compete a little bit among each other, and
Let
so
their hair down.
yeah, let their hair down. So
Yeah.
they came up with these like games and activities.
Yeah. 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 And funny, you should mention, that sort of aspect of it as well, because yeah, we had the local, we call them fates, not fairs, so FETES, not fairs, but we'd have local fates and um, local sporting events, the whether it was football, as in Australian rules football, not soccer, or cricket. You play for your local district, um, and these activities were very very competitive between districts. There was a lot of passion that used to go into these things. We used to do things like tractor pulls as well. Um, um, I remember, too, they used to have, arm wrestling competitions. They have like strongman competitions where you get like this sledgehammer and hit it against something, and this bell would go up. They have all these sorts of competitive sort of things where the men can get, tackle that, because it is a very masculine thing, isn't it? Competing to be the best at something. So yeah, there's definitely was a lot of that sort of stuff, around as well. The especially in the winter. The football was a very big thing, because they didn't have the money really to keep a cricket pitch up to standard for any sort of competitive district competition. But football, which is our winter game here, that was very very competitive, and even growing up on the dairy farm, so you'd milk the cows in the morning and at night, but on a Saturday, um, um, the cows would always get milked a little bit later for that last milk. So we'd get on home, back to the farm just before dusk. Um, After being there pretty much, after the first milk, so you pretty much spend a good majority of the day down at the local football club, or whatever district the game was being played at, and you go down there and have a wow of a time, and all the cars would be parked around the oval, or watching the guys all playing football. whether it was the junior football or the senior football, because they have two games that have both junior and the senior matches, and yeah, you do that until about you know about 4:30 in the afternoon and head back, and then get stuck back into work again after having a day of relaxation and cheering for your local club.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. These kind of competitive things. It really is. It's one of the origins of like myth and folklore. So we know that myth and folklore, a lot of it is associated with like war exploits, like Beowulf and King Arthur and all that shit.
Hmm.
Um, sure, the battlefield is an origin of myth and folklore, but a lot of myth and folklore it comes from um, competition, right? Just sporting competition, or even like farming or labor competition. So there's always like a, a folklore about some guy who can reap a field in like an ungodly amount of time, and some guy who could carry multiple 700-pound stones across a mile in the snow or whatever. Like we generally in the West or wherever it may be, we've developed these kind of folklore myths around men, sometimes women, men and women in the community who contribute like an incredible service. So like a man or woman who could do some sort of unbelievable task, farm task. It becomes like a legend of like wow, look at this person. This person was so gifted, and then they took that gift and then gave us like an incredible harvest this year, or this person, we needed somebody desperately to carve out a mountainside for a road or a railway, and then look at this guy, he did like incredible feats. Or there's a story of Paul Bunyan, right? Paul Bunyan, like he cleared out so much forest for us, it was like amazing, it was incredible. And it's funny, if you go to any like even just a normal workplace, if you go to like a factory that produces widgets, or you go to even like a sales job, a place that
Hmm.
sells like steak knives or cars,
Hmm.
they too have their own, they too generate their own myth and folklore. Like they'll tell the story of like some person who worked here who sold you know uh, 700 houses in his first year, or this person
Yeah.
worked on the factory line and had unbelievable production yields for a certain period of time, and they won all the company awards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing how human society, part of like civilization and myth building and nation identity, racial identity, we have these stories of people who take their gifts, their God-given gifts, and use it to produce like amazing like things for us. Maybe it's who knows, maybe the origins of that is paganism, because I think paganism, like Norse paganism, it's definitely heavy on that kind of stuff of like some beings or people that have incredible gifts and incredible physical um exploitations.
Hmm.
To me, I mean, that stuff's interesting, like the folklore and how we motivate, how we find ways to motivate society, how we keep society moving forward, how we pass down tradition, and how we form like standards, and how generation to generation we find new ways to motivate people to do
Hmm.
things and get things done. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, like history is an interesting thing, isn't it? Really, it and it would be a wonderful thing too if history, if it were true. A lot of it, maybe not so much of it would be wonderful. Um,
Well,
but I
every
think
narrative of history has some grain of truth. There's a grain of
Yeah.
truth in it.
Well,
In
and all also too, I think there's an element of truth to these, this folklore or tales,
all
whatever
tale.
whatever you want to call them. How you decipher, what that uh, what that truth is. Um, well, that's in the interpretation of the beholder, I suppose, to some degree. Um, um, and the whole history aspect, especially in these realms that we visit, um, flat Earth, globe Earth, and similar sort of realms, when they're talking about history, and you see certain things that um, I grew up um, believing a lot of stuff that I was either told or taught. Now I believe a lot of the things that I say I was told by my by my grandparents, especially about their experiences. For argument's sake, my grandfather, or my grandfathers, and my great grandfather were both involved in the First World War and the Second World War. I know they were there. I know they participated, um, um, and um, and I also too I know of the reasons they say they went to these wars. Now, I believe that they were there. I believe that they participated. I believe that they saw and participated in some horrific acts themselves. But the reason behind what they were doing, I don't believe at all. I do not believe one little bit of it. Uh, you know, you
You
know,
talk about World War I and World War II.
yeah, all of them. Yeah, I don't believe any of the history when it comes to any of our recent wars, starting from World War I, World War II, um, Vietnam War, Korean War, any of these wars. Do not believe any of the history that we have been told why we have participated in them
Mm.
at all. No, none of it.
Well,
None of it.
World War I is understandable. Basically, no one really understands why World War I happened.
Hmm.
It's like it just happened, and it's like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, well, things just don't happen, and look, I was, in school in regards to say World War II, for argument's sake. Now, I grew up as a kid thinking basically that us allies, the Western allies, Australia, England, and and America, we were the ones that beat the big bad Germans, right? We single-handedly defeated them, right? I was never taught at school. It was never mentioned by my grandparents, the impact that the Soviet Union had on the Second World War. Now, I don't know if that's because of the region that I come from, the education system, um, what my grandparents were told, or what they decided to pass on. Got no idea. But I was completely oblivious to the role that the Soviet Union took in defeating you know the Germans. Um, yeah, and that's only just that aspect. As far as the rest of the reasons why the Second World War even happened in the first place, I don't believe any of it. Absolutely none of it whatsoever. Whether or not it was for a great financial reset, who knows? There's plenty of different theories going around, but it doesn't pass the the pub test, the sniff test, whatever you want to call It doesn't pass it for me.
Mhm.
One little bit. In any of the wars that have taken place, since then, none of them passed the sniff test. Not one of them.
Mhm. Well, like your ancestors who were in like World War I or World War II, what was their general sentiment was that they were motivated by like just
But
national fervor. Like it was just basically like they just did it because they had to. It was their duty. It was their.
yep, they were motivated purely by the propaganda that they saw day in and day out. That was fed to them. And it was their duty, and they signed up willingly to fight for Queen and country, right? Defend the honour of Queen and country, sort of thing. Um, and they thought they were doing the right thing. And I don't blame them at the time. They only had one source of information, balls. They didn't have access
Mhm.
to the internet or any of these sorts of things. They would get their news, maybe once a day, broadcast on the radio, or if they went to the cinema to see a movie, there would be a 10 or 15 minute newsreel of the apparent atrocities that were happening over there at the time to evoke some sort of emotion of national duty that they have to go and pitch in and help out. So I don't blame my great grandfathers or grandfathers for making that particular decision when they did and why they did, because like I said, their heads were filled with a lot of propaganda that they really had no way of fact checking themselves. They had no, they didn't, like I said, they had, to write a letter, because my grandfather had um, uh, relations in England. Um, just to write a letter and get it from Australia to England would take anywhere from eight weeks to 3 months to get it there, and then you have to wait exactly the same length of time to get a letter back. So you were very isolated from any sort of information, um, and factual information. Very, very isolated. So
Mhm.
these young men, signed up in their tens of thousands to go and perform their national duty, and I think that they were all hoodwinked into doing it. Personally,
Mhm.
hoodwinked.
Thing is with that whole World War II shit, like Germany had a begging economy. They weren't part of the they weren't part of the money game the rest of the world was playing, the central banking system. So I mean that can't stand right there. You know what I mean? That alone, that's got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Can't let that happen.
Not at
It
all.
was a money reset for the bad guys.
Yep. Yeah. Hey. It's But like I say, it was very hard to get information back then, Jeremy. Information,
Especially in Australia.
yeah, it flowed very, very slowly, very, very slowly. Um, well, pretty much any part of the world, it took a decent length of time to get information, from point A to point B. You had to write a
Why
letter. Well,
Yeah,
to write that letter, okay, how's it get from point A to point B, even if you're in the same country? Well, first it's got to get to the post office, and then it has to go by train to the next one, and there from the next one, and then it had, it could take anything up to 2 weeks to write a letter and deliver a letter in the same country.
yeah. I mean, shit was moving slow back then. That's why I can't really blame my past, my peoples, like my grandfather, my dad. They could never have had the information I have.
No,
You know what I mean? I've gotten so,
no,
like, you would have had to go in the library, did a Dewey Decimal System, pick out the book, try to find the stuff in the book. Nowadays, I just type in what I want to know and fucking Google pops it out. You know what I mean? So, like,
that's right. Yeah.
and we're passing information instantly. Me and you right now. It would have took us this whole past 3-year conversation would have took us. I don't think you could have got it done in a lifetime with pen and paper, sending
No,
notes back and forth through the fucking Pony Express or whatever. So
not at all. Not at all.
Oh, there's times that I find out about things in the world before even the major news agencies do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll see it on Twitter or Telegram, and then a couple minutes later, I'll see the headline be published on CNN.
Yeah.
oh, the news is fucking. I can't even believe they're still doing the news. Honestly, so outdated and archaic. That's an archaic system. They should have that little fucking thing they do for flat Earth whenever the news pops on.
Mm-hmm.
This is an archaic method of receiving information.
And it's also too funny how particular countries too hide their news from their people. Like we were talking before, balls about you were talking about the trucker rallies and some of the other protests and all that sort of stuff. And I mean, it seemed to get more coverage over where you are than what it did here. And I know myself, I mentioned things at times. I've asked, I saw this on, on whatever feed. What's happening with this? And they'll go, oh, I don't know anything about it really. So it's funny how like your own countries too isolate their own people from particular information that may or may not affect them.
Boy, it's an archaic, system.
Mm,
Another thing is 4chan. Top, I've heard like mainstream, like top, like New York Times, Washington Post, top people mention in podcasts that they actually do check. They check 4chan time to time
right.
because they know
Uh-huh.
people. Some people on 4chan can break stories faster than other places. So it's wild how decentralized and how so much of this information just comes out of nowhere.
Hmm. Yeah. True that. True that.
Yeah, a busy night, bandsaw. Busy night, or was it slow?
No, it's been as slow as Jeremy. I was over in well, there was no one here for a while, so I went over to Don's server, Asylum, and then came back here. Was just chilling for a little bit, and then Balls popped in, and we've been chatting for I don't know about an hour or so, Balls and I, and you've just popped in now, so it's been as slow as. To be
Would you
honest
say
with you.
you were in Geo server, Don's?
Yeah, Don's. Yeah, Don's
Yeah.
Asylum. Yeah.
Was it busy over there?
Oh no,
Get a stream.
there was only maybe five, half a dozen. Um, there was Kosho was over there riding. Shines was over there. Branch, and a couple of others.
I think Branch was over there since last night.
Oh, really? There you go.
Yeah, you might have pulled an all-nighter or something. At least, well, our time zones are a little different. But
Dude, he pulls all all weekenders sometimes.
Oh man, he was actually doing the typical branch thing in the end there, which only branch can do.
He's like a troll that we just allow to keep trolling us. I don't know what's wrong with us.
I don't know how he doesn't get just shut down way earlier than what he does.
Like if
I
somebody
really,
came and plucked you in the ear every day, let's say you were just riding a bus or something, or just walking down the street and somebody just plucked you in the ear every day, like how many days would you let them just pluck you in the ear?
exactly.
Or I don't know, or just like engage you in some kind of weird conversation that took up mad of your, I don't know. I can't believe we let him do it to us though. But sometimes he's good. He's good when he's not. When he first starts drinking, he's good. When he gets too many beers in him or whatever.
He's a smart fellow, Branch. He's a smart fellow. You know, he really is. But
Yo, he's one
you
of the
know,
smartest Globers. I'm telling you.
but it gets outshadowed by the rest of the stuff, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So, but anyway, it is what it is. What's going to be the topic for this week, Jeremy?
I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't really have nothing off the top of my head right now. I just woke up. Give me 5 minutes, Pansaw. Give me 5 minutes.
Have your breakfast, right? I think we need to be getting. I think we need to be getting stuck into refraction this week. I'm a bit pissed off with refraction, I must say, Jeremy. A little bit
Me
pissed
too.
off.
Me too.
But have your breakfast and we'll talk about it in 5. I'll let you warm up.
How about transgender rights?
What about them?
I was just joking.
Do you think they're going to have to create a new category, right, for people that have transitioned and they go and win a competition in whatever field? You think they're going to have to create a different category? Do I put a little asterisk next to their name, perhaps?
Any Hall of Fame.
I think it's just a phase that's that's just gonna go away in time. Like people are eventually gonna realize like they don't necessarily have to concede to someone else's fantasy, right? Like you're responsible for your own feelings, and no one else is responsible for your feelings, right?
No, exactly.
And the transgenderism, I feel like, invokes upon personal freedoms by making others concede to their fantasies and illusions and disillusions. Like for example, if I were to dress up, you know, like Mickey Mouse and expect everyone around me to identify me as being Mickey Mouse and having magical fucking powers and shit, even though I don't. Like, why the fuck does everyone else have to play along with my game? It's not right.
Well, big ears can pick up a lot of electromagnetic signals.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky subject, I think.
This needs to be banned.
It is a tricky subject.
I identify as an attack helicopter. That's my thing.
Like
It's like me dressing up like a fucking NBA Michael Jordan and wanting everyone to fucking go along with it, dude. Eventually, someone's gonna call my shit and they're gonna be like, "Dude, you're not fucking Michael Jordan, bro." And then what? I'm supposed to be like, "Oh, how dare you? You've just offended me and how I feel."
You're
Like,
trying to
come
kill
on.
us. You're trying to
Well,
erase us.
I don't think that anyone has the right to tell anyone else what they can and can't do to their body. Right? Your body is your body, and you can do to your body whatever the fuck you want to do to it.
Yeah,
Now,
I agree to a degree,
now,
because women
well,
carry babies, right? And that
yes,
there's kind of a fine line there when it's two lives merging.
yeah, no. But you either have to agree to it in its entirety or not at all. Because like where do you draw the line? Now, if someone wants to chop off their dick or add a dick, um, as crudely as that sounds, I don't think I can tell that person whether or not they can and can't do it.
Well,
Now,
let's take this a step further
yep,
with technology and innovation. Like
mm-hmm,
we see these sorts of enhancements um, potentially coming forth in the future. Like just think if technology was good enough to where you can go on and slap on a mechanical arm or
mm-hmm,
just anything you've probably could imagine or seen in a movie,
yep,
and now expect everyone else to go along with that and feel comfortable with that, knowing that this guy's got a fucking mechanical arm that, if he fucking grabbed you, could just fucking squeeze your fucking head off or something, you know what I mean?
yep,
And you got to sit there
yep.
next to this guy. I'm just saying, like, where do you draw the line is the right
Well,
question.
Well, see, this is the hard thing, isn't it? Like, where do you draw the line? Um, but and I don't think myself that I have to accept these things. Like, you can't tell me that I have to accept someone that wants to apparently change their gender, even though I don't think you can do it, right? Um, I don't have to accept it at all. Now, I think the argument comes: do I have to be tolerant of it? Do I have to tolerate it? That's a different topic entirely.
Well,
Um,
yeah, I think the real disconnect or the real issue per se is when young kids are involved, right? Kids that are just,
mhm, mhm,
unknowing and just utterly confused as to what is going on.
yep,
And I think if we allow this sort of behavior, like, and given the right circumstances with technology and innovation, like we could see even stranger things coming forth. And
mhm,
then it's like once you allow that uh, that line to be crossed, so to speak, I mean, you can only imagine what horrors could arise that everyone's got to be beholden to or subservient to or whatever,
yep,
just
yep,
tolerating with, and it's like, dude, no,
yep,
like there's
yep.
like
I
let's
am.
just say, I'm just gonna throw it
Yep.
out there, right?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's pretty off the wall, but let's just say if there was ever a time period in the future where it was just accepted to like surgically attach like a genitalia to your face or something. You know
Mhm.
what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and people wanna walk around like that in public, dude. Like,
Yep.
and yeah, man, like I don't know, man. It's just where the fuck
But,
do you draw the line, dude?
well, I personally don't think it should be allowed at all with children, at all, ever with children. Now, a grown ass adult, if they want to fuck themselves up and be called dick nose for the rest of their lives because they've got a dick on the front of their face, well, that's entirely up to them, really.
Right.
But when it comes to children and what you see reported, how um, kids are given hormone replacement therapy and whatnot. No, I think that should be outlawed. I don't think that should happen at all.
I agree.
That these sorts of things, should happen. But when it comes to a grown ass adult, You know, if a grown-ass adult wants to fuck themselves up for the rest of their life, go and fuck yourself up for the rest of your life. It's no skin off my nose at the end of the day. But the fact that they are allowing children to do it, that you know, some of the kids that are being put through this hormone replacement therapy haven't even reached puberty yet. So God knows how it's fucking up their systems. That should be criminal, and how any doctor in their right mind could have even suggested that it was should happen. Yeah, no, sorry.
Have you seen any of the interviews of these individuals who've actually gone through with the physical aspect of a sex change? And
Yeah.
a lot of them aren't happy with it. They're not
I
happy with the
saw
decision.
a disturbing study about would have been maybe 3 or 4 years ago now, and they were there was a study on apparently suicide rates in the gay and the lesbian and transgender community, but pretty much it was focusing on the transgender community, and the rate of suicide apparently was pretty high pre-transitioning, and the rate of suicide absolutely skyrocketed after transitioning because they'd realised that they'd fucked up and made a dire mistake. And yeah, that was a pretty eye-opening little survey that I saw, or statistics.
Slow, check out your DM.
Sorry, Glory. Oh, you sent Slow something.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Insane imagery, bro. You gotta look over. Take some time later. Look over that with the whole dielectricity and magnetism crap. We gotta see what's going on in the center of our Earth. That image I sent you is the most detailed I've ever seen. There seems to be something's fucking there. Like it looks like
I think there's a portal there that they keep covered up, and yeah,
but we could talk about that later.
A
All
portal.
this is functional. This like a system. It's like a machine, and we could figure it out.
What's this portal to? Do we want to share?
I have no idea, man.
I don't think it's a portal. I think it's like either the organic body of God, or it's some sort of matrix powered by the
Okay. Where is this organic body of God? Glory.
I'm not sure about that, but I mean, I do know that they say that there's fallen angel. Some of the fallen angels are literally enchained somewhere below the earth or in the earth.
In like
Coming
a
from
hollow earth type of thing, or in like tunnels underneath us?
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's just the Christian perspective, at least.
Do you know what's his name? Dane but Gold. Jeremy or anyone?
What's up, Mansa?
Do you know Dane but Gold? Is he?
Yeah, he was in here last night. I checked him in.
Okay, so he's called to be Livestream verified for posting pics and stuff.
I mean, I guess so.
Yeah,
I don't.
I'm doing it. Or you? Yeah, okay to do it. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Like if people are okay to talk in a live stream, does that mean they're automatically okay to post pictures? I don't really know how it works.
I suppose we'll keep an eye on him. We'll see what
Yeah,
pops up.
keep an eye on it.
We can always
You should be all right.
cool.
Damn, I was talking. I got cut off. I think my app crashed.
What were you saying?
Talking about the light in the center.
Oh, yeah.
I was preaching, then I looked down and it was silent, and I was like, "Damn, these guys are really reflecting right now." Then, yeah. Then I was like, "Wait, they're reflecting for a little too long." I closed the app, I opened it back up, and I hear you guys talking about me posting much.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's funny.
yeah,
Don't you hate that? Like,
yeah, man. I was getting deep too.
earlier on, I was in another room talking to it was either writing or co-show, and asked me a question, and it was like kind of silent. So I'm answering the question, and went on this bloody this spiel for a minute or so, and then Ray Writings popped in, and I said something completely different that had absolutely nothing to do with what I was talking about whatsoever. I'm
Yeah,
thinking, and I'm thinking, what the fuck? And I said, and I'm saying to Ryan, what the fuck, man? Like, you're not even responding to what I'm saying. And I
yeah.
look down, and I'm bloody well muted, and I'm just shaking
Oh,
my head. I'm just going, whatever. Oh, anyway, it was one of those. It's kind of one of those moments you had to be there, and it was funny for me at the time. I hear Jeremy says his best stuff when he's muted all the time, actually, but
What's up?
killer.
What happened?
Nothing. No, I just said you say your best stuff when you are muted.
like accidentally muted. Like you thought you were unmuted.
Accidentally. Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever heard the phrase "once you go moon, you never go back"?
Yeah.
You heard that? Have you heard that before?
Yeah, I have heard that, mate.
You have?
I have actually. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely have.
Huh. I just heard it for the first time yesterday.
Where you been?
No one's ever heard that. Stop lying, guys. Come on. It's unbecoming of you. Bob Dole made that shit up last night.
Really? He didn't make it up last night?
When did you hear it? I've never heard that before. Unbelievable, you guys. Keep me
I
out
think
of the
I've
loop
heard
with
it
everything.
before.
I don't know if I've heard it over in Brandon's or something, but it sounds very, very familiar.
Yeah.
It does sound very familiar. Maybe not those exact words, but it definitely does sound familiar.
Yeah. Sounds
So you go
Korean.
move, you never go back. It's the Glober's motto.
How can you go back if you go full moon? Well, it might take you 60 or 70 years.
Once you try to explain a rat on the SpaceX shuttle twice, try to explain it off, you can't go back after that.
Actually, I've heard of that famous rat. I've never actually seen it. No,
You should see it. It's fucking hilarious.
never. What's the funniest thing I saw? Was it a gopher or a guinea pig on bloody Mars or something? I think that was one of the funniest things.
Yeah. Mars has got so much goofy shit going on.
Yeah.
Mars is like ridiculously fake, like ridiculously obviously fake. The Mars rover.
Look, we would have no problems at all in populating Mars, Jeremy, because there's obviously food sources there. So
Like got mushrooms.
yeah.
I saw a duck once. Something was flying in the air, possibly a bird or something. Like tons of stuff. We would have immediately been like, all right, let's go to fucking Mars. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that would have been like the next step.
Right.
Like, all right, let's send a whole bunch of supplies. We're landing on Mars. Especially you got the rover there. You've had the rover there for a long fucking time. Like, yo, all you got to do is send a whole bunch of infrastructure, right? You send double, triple, whatever infrastructure you need, and then you fucking land people. That way, when they land, they got all this stuff. They set it up. They got a couple years supply of food. They got infrastructure to grow food, water, all kinds of shit, and they're good.
Actually, riding last week, we were talking about populating Mars, and he actually said, "Well, it's not out of the realms of possibility." It's like, what? Not out of the realms of possibility? You've got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Like, how the hell do we possibly populate Mars and sustain ourselves? Right. Oh, yeah, we could plant this and we could, and I go, then
Clearly,
you're up.
never seen Total Recall.
Yeah, that's
Exactly right.
possible, but flat Earth, no way.
I know. Yeah, plant a few gum trees and a couple of azalea plants, and bang, we're populated Mars. Insanity.
There's these plants. There's these plants where like I forget the name of them, but they produce so much oxygen you would only need like 6 of them in a room, and you could survive. Like if you had a totally sealed room and 6 of
Yeah.
those plants, you'd be fine.
Oh, okay then. I thought most of our
Forgot the name of
oxygen.
them though.
I thought most of our oxygen came from algae in the water.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Most of the gas does come from the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
That's why That's why the ocean is the dictator of the 14.7 psi. Most of the gas is coming from the ocean.
Mm-hmm. What's going to be the topic for the week, Jerry? You got any predictions?
No, we'll probably talk about some Coriolis. Then maybe we'll talk about some refraction.
Refraction.
Yeah, coming down the top 10, we got what's next? We got distances to the stars, folks.
Exciting stuff. Can't wait to get on to refraction, though. Looking forward to that one. I'm about sexted outed.
Yeah. I like your new thing, though, where you want to see how light works in a spherical environment, not a planar one.
I don't know why this isn't getting more traction, Jerry. To be honest with you, I
Because they
really
can't do it.
like, and I personally think it's a very valid point. Myself. Um, um, they show me pictures of butane bottles with gas poured over it, and bang, here you go, here's your curved or spherical. It's nothing what I'm asking for, because anything that I've seen has been demonstrated in a planar environment. So I've got no problems at all with these rules that they tell us about refraction over short distances, and in planar environments, which is what we see: fish tanks with sugar water in it, all that sort of stuff. Light that appears to be curving, even though I don't think it curves. I think it only ever travels in straight lines, but multiple straight lines. It has been attracted, obviously, very, very often. But how that same refraction would appear in a spherical environment, or even curved environment. I'm not confident with what they're saying. Especially when you take into consideration too things like the speed of light. So light going from one density to another, like whether or not it's a rarer density being less of to a high density, the denser medium. It'll go from high speed to a low speed, or if it's going from denser to a rarer one, it goes from a low speed to a higher speed. So this sort of thing also too is, I think, will have a massive effect. And when you're looking at at just say over oceans, or over bodies of water, or even over land, for argument's sake as well. But we'll just go with ocean, because it's very dynamic and moving. These density gradients themselves are moving, right? Because the ocean itself, right, acting as a body, with the waves, with the swells going up
The
and
whale
down.
farts.
Whale farts, exactly, are moving this density gradient, just up and down, like just a little bit as well. So you've got that dynamic, effect, and the light bouncing in from one density medium to another. Who knows what the fuck it's doing, and then you add the curvature into it as well. Like, they've got about as much idea of what's happening as what you and I do, I think, Jerry. That's how much idea they've got.
Yeah. That's why there's two kinds of surveying. You got the planar guys who take it as it is, and then you got the geodetic guys who wrap that planar data around a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much it.
Yep.
Concave Earth, baby.
It's amazing what a few little calculations can do. Yeah, well, you've got to do a bit more to get me on board with an inverted big blue spinning testicle, Glory, I must say.
The model. The
The
living God
model,
in the center.
model doesn't do it for me, unfortunately.
I'm gonna end up creating my own version.
Ooh. What's it going to be called? Glory Earth? What's it going to be called, you reckon? Have you got a name for it?
No, it'll be something related to the central God in the center or something.
Okay. It's got to be catchy, right? It's got to be marketable, right?
Yeah.
It's all about the marketing, right? You know, girls in bikinis, you know, washing cars, that sort of thing. It's got to be marketable to get the attention of people. I heard Jerry's ears prick when he heard girls in bikinis. So.
Oh, yeah. It's been dead all night.
Hasn't it? Hasn't it? What is it? It's Saturday night over there for you guys, or Sunday morning?
It's Sunday afternoon right now for me.
Sunday afternoon. I'll just wait for people to get back from church or something, though. Might join
Yeah, that's it.
us. They can come here and do a new form of preaching when they get here, Jerry.
I'm sure they will. Yeah, like where's Kosho and Doofus? Well, Doofus is in the
Oh,
chat.
Doofus is in chat. I know he might be over at Gems going hammer at tongs with someone. Maybe he gets a little bit excited. Yeah, no, Kosho was over in the asylum earlier. Don't know where he is now. I think he had an appointment with his girlfriend that he's been neglecting for the last couple of weeks.
Yo, 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 what up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Good.
I got just enough to buy another phone. Don't tell the wife. I'm only getting 2 more. She won't even notice.
Did you say something to me?
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, all right.
I mean, I was talking to anyone that was listening. Sometimes I just be talking just to talk. Once you go moon, you never go back. These guys are trying to tell me they heard that before. I'm like, you never heard that shit. Bob Dole made that shit up yesterday. Come on, guys.
They heard it before. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm like, come on. He's like, well, maybe it was something like that. I'm like, all right. All right. Settle down. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Mm. You got any old cell phones, bro?
Talking to me?
Yeah, you got any old cell phones you don't use anymore, like your old phones or anything?
Yeah, I got a few laying around. They're all broke though, mostly. I could patch them up,
No
I guess.
doubt.
Doing good with
Not
them?
even worth. You probably get like, I don't know, depending on how many you got, like $1 a day or something, like semi-passive. Not much, but takes like no work and no energy pretty much to do it. So trying to shell it so I get referrals.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Referrals are dope, man. I get like 10 cents a day off of one place, like 3 cents off another. I don't get this. Referrals are mad hard to get. Nobody really cares about trying to get 50 cents a day or something. People spend more than that on Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, it doesn't go very far anymore.
Yeah. You get a lot of them going. I'll have 15 phones going soon. Geo absolutely hates the phone. Man, a buck or $2 a day is huge to some people. There was times where like after all the bills were paid, I only had $50 for the month or something. Like there ain't a lot left to go around after the bills get paid sometimes, depending on what your situation is.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could just get that without having to do anything. Put your phones, get them all set up, and then, you didn't have to click on them every day or something.
Yeah, there's a couple of things you could do like that, but those things are probably only probably 50 cents a day from that. If you're in America, that ain't shit. It's $15 a month. That ain't no one's gonna get excited over there. With the crypto though.
You broke up. What was that?
Anything going off in crypto?
Have you been you've been watching Meme NFT?
No. Did they drop yet or?
They're working on it. They got the
Let me
the
know. Let me
marketplace.
drop.
Yeah.
Buy a
Keep your
few
eye on it.
bucks worth. Does it have any passive reflections or staking or anything attached to it or?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah, yeah, bro. Let me know the day that shit drops, dude. Are you whitelisted or anything or?
No, that's already going. It's just that they're getting that marketplace going.
Oh, the
All
coin's
that.
already out.
Yeah, Meme NFT. Yeah.
Oh, let me check it. It's on a Binance, right?
Yep.
BSC. Yeah. Let me check. Did it bubble for you or?
No, it went up, but then they come back down. But like I said, the marketplace, they're working on getting that marketplace rolling. Once they get that going, who knows what's going to happen? So
The symbol is MNFT.
yeah, there's a couple of them, so you got to be careful.
There's only one listed on PooCoin. It's at 28.7878.
I don't know. I hadn't looked at it recently.
They don't have a website link for their PooCoin page. What's their? You got their website? But I had a nice that shot up nice recently. Past 3-4 days, it shot up really good.
Yo, I just got back. What, you guys are talking about a crypto or?
Yeah. What's the car? You got the website for that? Oh, I think he left. I'm gonna check maybe his Discord. I'm still with these guys somehow. One night they were moving, and I just happened to be in there. Like I took like months off, and they just happened to be moving to a new spot. Like they're on Telegram, and they went back to Discord, and I just happened to be there to catch them for the invite. I love that passive shit. Like, let me get 10 cents a day from your fucking coin. You know what I mean? I need to do that 500 times. Or let me be getting 10 cents a day from someone, and that shit takes off and turns out to be like $10 a day. I've seen that happen before. Car, you got the website for that coin? Is it memenft.com?
Yeah, that's one.
Oh, they got an exchange right on their website.
Hey, you can go to Change Now and get it, I think.
And they're on change now? Wow. What's the staking? Let's see what the staking percentage is. Oh, it's at 0. Oh, here we go. 92% for the APY. It's not bad. They got $1 million, 5% deposit fee. Oh, the pool ends in 11 days though. What? Is there anywhere else you can stake it besides their website? Their pool's ending in 11 days.
Well,
I'm not paying
the first
5%.
yeah,
What's up?
the first pool I was in, it ended and it just automatically went over to the second pool. So
Oh, all right. Okay. That makes sense then. I was going to say I'm not going to pay 5% to stake it for 11 days. If it's automatically keeps going, then bet. I'm going to get in that later. Nice. I wish they had a calculator. All the other places have calculators for the staking. I mean, 92% is easy. It's $92 a year if you put $100 in. If the price stays the same, it could be $92 a year, 92 cents a year, depending on what happens to the coin. Or it could be $920 a year. Who knows? What's up? What's good, guys? What's good?
Not really hopping in here today, maybe.
Yeah. I can't believe more people aren't interested in like discussing this topic. It's amazing.
What topic?
The Earth, all those topics we discuss.
Oh, you just mean like in general?
Yeah, like all the time. Like, there's got to be tons of people that are interested in these topics. There's no way. We got to get a Gio, did you make that TikTok yet? Tons of I add a new flat earther TikToker every day, probably. TikTok loves flat earth. All you gotta do is get 1,000 subs, and TikTok will go live. It's over after that. We get 1,000 subs. I'll sub. We'll get Bob Dole a sub. There's 2 right there. 998 more to go.
What are you talking about? Me subbing to or something?
TikTok. You're on TikTok all the time, right? I heard you're a big TikToker.
It's a negatory.
Do you even have that?
I do not.
Yeah, no doubt. Bob's no help. Once again, going in your file.
Hey, excuse me for not simping to the Chinese folks in charge.
Listen, China's taking
Maybe
over,
not.
bro. Just China's about to take over. Just we gotta get used to it. There's no way we can compete with them economically. Like, there's no way we can compete with labor that costs like nothing. They're going to continuously be selling everything because, like, there's no way they can pay someone like $1 a day, and an American you'd have to pay like, $100 a day, and you'd have to have them in good working conditions, which is, it's obviously cheaper for the Chinese people if they just have them in fucking huts or whatever. The American people are also going to need all kinds of insurances and shit. You're going to, like, you can't compete with the labor in China. You know what America's hope is that we get 3D printing up to par, to where you can actually start printing out some real deal shit, and that'll turn the tables big time, like big time.
Well, if we had it though, they would have it then, right?
Yeah,
Maybe.
but now there's no. Yeah, but yeah, we all have it, but now we don't need them to sit there and make the stuff anymore. We just let the printer do it.
Basically, instead of like them having all these low-paying jobs doing this stuff, it'd be like, we don't even need those jobs anymore. We can just print the stuff over here or something, maybe.
Yeah, we don't even need those jobs. Your jobs are done. Like, that cheap labor doesn't matter because the fucking machine does it. That's the only way to even the odds on this one that I see. Or you raise the tariffs on incoming goods like we used to have it. That's the only way to make it competitive. We either need 3D printers to get filthy, or we need to raise the tariff on incoming goods. Otherwise, there's no way we can compete with the cheap labor. 3D printers would be dope. If you could just print a pair of sneakers out. Come on, bro. That's fire right there. Or, you need spoons, forks, and butter knives and steak knives. You just print them out. They can actually print a knife right now made out of plastic, so it's not really great. But they're getting there.
Alina, do you want to try a marshmallow and peanut butter sandwich later?
Sure.
They're yummy. I tried one earlier. It's yummy.
Fluff or nutter?
It's fluff. Marshmallow fluff and peanut butter sandwich, and it's yummy. I was talking to my daughter, Jeremy.
I haven't had a marshmallow peanut butter sandwich in so long. That sounds good.
It was good. Someone mentioned fluff at some point, like marshmallow fluff or something like that, and I just
yeah.
I don't know if they mentioned having a peanut butter and marshmallow sandwich or not, but I thought of having, for whatever reason, the thought of having a peanut butter and marshmallow sandwich sounded good, so I decided to go. And I don't know that I had ever tried fluff before, the marshmallow fluff. So I just I figured I'd go ahead and get it and try it, and it actually tastes pretty good.
It's fucking solidified sugar.
Even that might be giving it a little bit too much credit, because I don't know if it's sugar. I think it might be corn syrup.
Yeah, something, whatever makes it sweet. Yeah.
Here, the ingredients:
fructose corn syrup,
corn syrup, sugar, dried egg white, vanillin. So the first two are like sweeteners, but corn syrup and then sugar. Those are the first two ingredients listed.
Yeah, but it's delicious though. They say if we lost they say if humans ever lost their sense of taste. Hold on, my fucking AirPod's dying. Son of a B. Don't let me lose that point though. Oh, Mike, check, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Now, if humans ever lost their sense of taste, I almost said taste of sense. If humans ever lost their their taste buds, basically their sense of taste, we would live way long. We'd live way longer.
I don't know how much longer we would live, but we would possibly usher in a golden era of human physique or physical healthiness.
That's what I'm saying. We would live longer because we would just be healthier. You wouldn't be eating corn syrup and whatever. You know what I mean? There would be no one would ever put that in their body. There'd be no reason. You just eat wheat or oats or barley or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the essential nutrients are that your body needed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess or would we all be malnourished? Because think about if we didn't get an urge to poop and we didn't get an urge to pee, how many of us I don't enjoy taking the time to do it now, even with the urge. I want to just get what I'm doing done and stuff like how many of us would just not properly take care of our bodies if our body wasn't yo, do this already. So I don't know if we lost the part of eating that makes us actually want to eat, maybe we would end up just neglecting our bodies to the point that we're all
you still get hungry.
Super
you still be hungry. You still get hungry. You just
I guess okay, yeah. I guess we're just taking away the taste, and that wouldn't necessarily remove the hunger part.
I feel you on what you said before, yeah, but if you just get rid of the taste part and you're still hungry, your stomach's grumbling
yeah. I guess mine is more if we get rid of the hunger part, not the taste part. Yeah.
Yeah, just the taste part, we'd be in top peak physical health, like you said, because we would just be eating you want to eat. You would never buy fluff. Why would you even buy that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, but then you wouldn't know, huh? It seems to me
you wouldn't know if something's bad or not.
Right, you wouldn't be able to
this...
unless you could smell it. I mean, maybe if you don't have taste, but you do somehow still have smell, maybe that would be a way to do it. Boy, that seems like that
you can see if it's bad. You can see if it's bad. You can smell if it's bad. That's probably in their plan when they break out that Soylent whatever stuff. What was that called?
What is it? Soylent Green or something?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know.
They'll just automatically remove your taste buds at birth. Solve that problem right away.
Ugh.
I mean, that would be neat if you just had to eat like no more cooking. We're in a continuous state of doing dishes. That's it. If you just like popped a pill or ate like a bar or something, and it was like, oh, I'm full, I'm good, I got all my nutrients. Basically, like Snowpiercer, except don't make the thing out of like roaches or whatever that was made out of.
Well, I mean, like, why would it matter if the roaches, if they have the nutrients you need? Why do you care?
Oh, that's a good point. That's
You
a good
can't
point.
taste
It might
so
even
it's
be
like,
better.
why not eat bugs? Who cares?
Yeah, it might even be like easier to like farm them and shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean the roaches, you can't even get rid of them. It'd probably be super easy. Super easy. Like worms, like just a gelatin bar or something made out of like worms and oats and whatever you need. That's all that. That'd be way more efficient, I'll tell you that, than what we do now with food. The cooking process alone, we got to spend billions of dollars on. I don't think they would ever let that happen, though. There's way too much money in the food game. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these companies and big farms and shit are selling like, I don't know, probably trillions of dollars. I don't know what like Nabisco and Kellogg's and Big Farm does. Even if you did get a number on what like Nabisco did, is that counting how much Walmart made off it too? Because they make another like 30% or something for selling at retail. Yeah, all we need is 3D printing and those bars, food bars, and you're set. That efficient. You want a pair of sneakers, you don't even have to drive anywhere. That's super efficient. You can't even beat that. No one has to drive to you to get these sneakers to you. You don't have to go. A delivery guy doesn't have to come. Nothing. You would need the raw materials like delivered or something, but get a whole bunch of raw materials. You're good. Isn't everything made out of like carbon or something? Basically, like get it so it can just work up from elements. I don't know. Just send me like the periodic table of elements, and I'll just build my own stuff out of that. Whatever I need. That's when you hit the pinnacle of 3D printing. That's another thing I don't think they'll ever let us get is that they'll never let us get 3D printing that good. I mean, I don't know if they could stop it though at this point, but With the internet these days, some shit's just unstoppable. Imagine what happens if you get rid of all the cooking and dishes and shit. How many industries would be out of business with those food bars? There's no way they'll ever let that come out either. I bet you America spends $10 million a year on dish soap. At least. And count the dish detergent packets too. Or, you know, the dishwasher fucking pods or whatever they use. You get those food bars, boom, no more dishes.
conversation to some sort of authority citation driven conversation, right? That everything has to be cited by some sort of authority, right? It can't be. I think that's the purpose of them doing that, is to just stop people from actually conversating and getting to somewhere. And if they are gonna get somewhere, it has to be some authoritative thing.
And the thing about us here is, like, you may have noticed that a lot of us are not interested in trying to convince somebody else necessarily of, like, what the cosmology actually is, what it actually, like, is in reality. It seems like a lot of us are more about, like, dispelling the confusion and the nonsense that people have had stuffed into their heads for so long. It's like, it's not a, oh, we're taking you over here to teach you this one specific thing about how reality absolutely is. It's, hey, we know that you've heard this and have been taught this thing. There's some problems with that, and it makes it so that that's obviously not the case, and we want to discuss that. And along with that, I think we get off onto discussions of what maybe it is, what we think it might be, and that's like I've compared it before to, like, us being around the fire pit, you know, looking up at the stars and discussing things. And then when they come in, they're like the drunk from the other camping site, you know, down the way a little bit, who stumbles in and starts telling everybody they're wrong about their thoughts and ideas they have while they're talking about the stars or whatever. It's like, we're not here necessarily to push one idea about what something absolutely is. It seems like a lot of us are more about trying to help dispel that garbage, basically, and then you can do your own research and do your own discoveries and decide what you think it is on your own.
Yeah, and it's very interesting how they also always the ones that are onto the knowledge, right? That they don't simply say no, authority's right, but they always kind of lean towards authority, kind of implying that your way of thinking is wrong, and maybe you should lean a little bit towards authority's way of thinking for whatever reason.
Well, isn't it more to do with the fact that, you know, to make,
and that's just right on cue. Right on cue. I that was actually for you. So,
well, I don't take any authority just because it's an authority. What I have to do is I have to go where data is accessible.
And of course, data would be accessible for those people that have an inclination to imprint ideas on the masses, right? So they would be the ones with all the information gathered and stored alphabetically, correct?
No. I mean, you're confusing, you know, a sociological system of trying to get to sort of imprint an ideology onto people.
So who creates this sociological system? Who creates
which
it?
is part of the government? Generally, is what, you know, most governments have some form of ideology. You know, that's why you have, you know, whoop, 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 yeah, USA kind of stuff going on. Versus people who are in academia, who are actually just studying things, generally, and certainly in sort of the sciences I was involved in, for the joy of doing it.
For the joy of doing it. So you're telling me that these people they're somehow being funded by themselves, that they come out of the university and for some reason they have billions of dollars to just study whatever they want, right? You're telling me that these scientists, these authorities, these professionals, that they don't go to work for these people that, you know, have agendas?
I think it might be things like complicated.
I think you're talking. I'm talking about things like, you know, for me, archaeology, because that's what I studied. Astronomy, because I know some people that do that. You know, people. You know, I've got a friend. She's you know, she's into genetics and molecular biology. You know, it's the joy, it's the challenge of you know, trying to find the right questions to ask and look at the right levels of data. And yeah, you know, you've got, you know, what I would call corporately funded endeavors. So, you know, a good example is some of the telecommunications companies invested into certain sort of research programs, but it's not the totality of it. You seem to think that all science is derived from that kind of process, and it's really not.
Well, let's get one thing straight. Most of the people This is excluding the people that have their own civilizations. They are run by civilization, and civilizations themselves usually reach a technological point, right, where everybody is relying on this technology. Now, unless you have your own family, which has their own country and their own land that develop their own civilization with their own money. You understand where I'm going with this, right? You are by default influenced by whatever society you are raised or at the moment in, right? So usually in these societies they have governments, right? So governments usually have an agenda. All governments, which is the point of government, is to govern your mind. So they have an agenda regardless how cookie cutter you want to put that agenda. All governments have agenda. That is the point of them, right? So
yeah, but it's not accurate to say the point of government is to govern your mind. That's not accurate.
No. It is, because what would be the point of having to lay down rules, having to punishment if it's not to condition the human being for something
to protect freedom?
That means then if we take your ideology as you said it, then you're just part of that system matrix and you have no choice.
No. That's a difference. I think everyone has a choice. Everyone has a choice, right? Because once you understand that it is a system, you could find a way to get out of the system. But you have to understand that you are a part of the system as well.
Well, again, I kind of disagree, because intrinsically, certainly in the West, I can't really say for parts of Asia because I haven't lived there. Most people are annoyingly pig-headed.
I don't know if I would say that they're annoyingly pig-headed. Like somebody who insists on their viewpoint with the lack of convincing evidence on the other side, that's not being pig-headed. That's just them not being convinced of a thing. Like a pig-headed, really, that's not an objective term. It's very subjective. You can think that they're being pig-headed on the color of their room, but it's not really them being pig-headed, is it? It's just they like that color and you don't, and that's just that.
It's a tactic, Bob, though. It's kind of a leftist tactic to give a label to something, so then they could demean that thing.
Well, I'm not a leftist, so that's cool.
No, I'm just saying that, like it's fine if you want to call it pig-headed. I'm not saying you can't call it that. I'm just saying I would disagree with that as being like the baseline of the human condition or the human nature is pig-headed. I would say the human nature is to default to the position that is understood when lacking counter compelling evidence.
Would you say the Amish are pig-headed?
No, I don't think the Amish are pig-headed.
That was for Foolish, actually. Foolish. Would you say the Amish people are pig-headed?
I used pig-headed as a flippant statement.
No. I get it. Right? You might have used it as maybe a synonym for like stubborn or whatever, or stuck in their ways, kind of thing.
No. I think that there is a strong tradition and history of railing against the man, if you want to put it in any other way.
Okay.
Why do you think that is?
Because people like to determine their own perspectives and points of view, and most people don't like an over-authoritarian environment. It's one of the reasons why I didn't live in the US, because for me it's an over-authoritarian environment.
Why do you think that it seems to me like it's inherently that people don't trust lawyers? Why do you think that is?
No, I trust. I don't inherently. He said a tradition of. That's different than inherently.
It just seems that people just like off the rip, they just have this disdain towards lawyers, right? And it's
lawyers in the UK are actually quite a respected community because we don't have the same level of ambulance chasing type lawyers there. I think in the US, lawyers are seen, again, I think one of the problems that you have in the US is you kind of get the justice you can afford in some cases, but it seems, and it is portrayed as the norm as opposed to the exception. I hope and pray it's the exception, but it's portrayed as the norm.
I don't get the like I get the stereotype or the cliche or whatever of the idea of, oh, lawyers, they're all liars, or they're all, in it for the money, or like that. Like I get the like the stigma or the thing that a lot of people like joke about or riff on or whatever. I understand that exists, but I don't have like real world experience with a lot of people that I actually have met somehow having this inherent distrust of lawyers. Like that's not something I experience with other people as far as I know.
I have everybody that has ever had a lawyer has felt in some way, maybe not in a way that they could prove, but has felt in a way that they are being lied to. And trust, I disagree with you wholeheartedly with the United States and the wherever you are from. What lawyers do, it doesn't matter what language. Their job is to fool you, right?
That's not.
Yeah, it definitely is. They are part of a system constructed by this society. They are part of that system. Their duty first is to the bar, and then to you. So where do their loyalties lie? If they're supposed to be your lawyer, and their first duties is to the bar.
In the UK, their first duty is towards truth and honesty.
Where does it say that?
That's part of the requirements when the
Where does it say that?
If you let me finish, I'll tell you. That's part of the oath you make when you join the bar. So my uncle was a Queen's Counsellor, which is a very high form of barrister. And he's reliant. His word was so valuable because as soon as you're start to see to be a shyster and viewed that way, one, you'll lose your clientele because you're not honest. And two, if you're caught doing that, you will be disbarred.
See, you can never get anywhere with these people, right? Because they will always reduce it down to some sort of virus. He said, oh, he took an oath, right? Just like the oaths that cops take when they're out there running drug rings, just like the oaths that lawyers take, just like lawyers that judges take when they're out trafficking children, right? You try to imply that because somebody takes an oath, their honor somehow is wrapped around them and they could commit no wrong.
So, Matrix, it seems like you have a habit of confusing the intention of a thing with how people use a thing, okay? So, for example, guns can be used to murder people, but the gun is not in existence for the purpose of murder. That's not why guns exist, okay? Same with knives.
Guns.
Knives don't exist for the purpose of murder. Knives exist for a number of purposes. One is self-defense. Another is just trying to cut rope. Those are reasons why the knife exists. It's a tool. That's just because somebody decides to take the tool and misuse it does not mean the tool was meant for that thing. And in the same way, government, the existence of government as a concept, the intention is not to govern one's mind. That's not what the government exists for at all. That might be what some governments, or maybe even all governments, you might argue, have gone towards or tried to do with it. But that doesn't mean that's what government is intended for. It's absolutely not. And the lawyers, there's no, like, why you would think that the lawyer's intention or purpose for a lawyer existing is to trick you, like, that just seems absurd. Just because some lawyers, and maybe you'll argue all lawyers, end up doing that, doesn't mean that's what the intention of the concept of a lawyer is at its inception.
Do you have any proof to the contrary of that?
Yeah, my uncle is a lawyer, or was a lawyer. He's retired now, and he's an honourable man.
Of course he is. Of course he's a lawyer, and he's an honourable man. Do you guys have any idea what is it that lawyers actually do?
Yes.
Please, in detail, explain to me
what type of lawyer are you discussing, Matrix?
Pick whatever one. Pick whatever one.
So you can look at, say, a contract law, business lawyer. So
how about criminal lawyer?
Well, you said pick one. I picked one. Why are we now changing the goalposts? Okay, my uncle was a barrister. He was a criminal lawyer. Yeah. So his job was to represent his client to the best of his ability. So we don't have the plea deal crap system that you fucking have in America, which I think is so fucking immoral it's untrue. But we'll go past that. So his job is to
Does
Yes,
he
he
get paid
did.
if his client goes to jail or not?
He gets paid. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Morally.
not a lawyer's job to keep you out of jail. It's not a lawyer's job.
Perfectly
to
understood.
stop you from
Perfectly
being
understood.
punished.
But when you're paid either way, are you really inclined to defend? Because
Yes,
if
of
he
course
gets
you are.
released, wait a
So,
minute.
so let me ask you this: if you went and did a job, and they basically said, well, you know, we're only going to pay you if you're successful in doing your job, and you know, if you're not successful, then we're not going to pay you. So it could be like, you know, we want you to investigate something, and if you don't find the answer, we're not going to pay you. Is that reasonable?
So how is
Now-
it
now
that
the
lawyers
client
get paid?
manager get paid.
How is it that lawyers get paid?
They get paid for doing their job.
And who pays them?
Either the client or the state in the UK, depending on what type of case it is.
Is it possible that maybe they get paid both? They double dip every time they get a client. They get paid by the client and
No,
by
I
the
don't
state?
think they double dip every time they
Or
get a
you
client.
don't think that? You don't think that at
No,
all? Have
no,
you done any
I don't
research
think
on that
they
at
do.
all? There you go.
Yeah, because you've made an absolute statement that happens in all cases, and no, that
I
doesn't.
I did not do that.
Yes,
I
you did, the way
implied
you
that
phrased
it's
it.
possible that they're getting paid by the state and by the client.
Do you have any evidence
It's
to say that
possible
it-
even that when they do pro bono,
Yeah.
they're supposed to be free. They are still getting paid by the state. Is it possible? Have you ever done any research on that?
in the
it would make
UK,
sense.
no.
Or you're going to
because we
continue
don't
saying
have the
that your
same
uncle
taste.
was a barrister and he was very honorable?
Yeah, he was.
Matrix, it doesn't matter if they should get paid to do their job. That's something that should happen. If you have a job that you're trying to get paid for and somebody agrees to pay you for that job, you should get paid for that job. The only
if you're
time
getting
you
paid
get
by
paid
the
for it
state-
is if you agreed to not get paid for it.
But if you're getting paid by the state and you're also getting paid by the client, isn't that double dipping? Wouldn't that in itself be immoral?
Do you have evidence
No,
that
that is
happens
not
in all
immoral.
cases?
There's nothing in any moral. There's nothing immoral about having two people pay you for a job. There's literally nothing immoral about that, and I don't know why you would think that there is. That's just
Because
you
I've done-
being paid for a job by two different people. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. It does matter.
It
These
doesn't.
things
It
that you
doesn't
say
matter
don't
even a little
matter
bit.
are the things that matter, right? The words, how they do things, the paperwork. This is how they do the things that they do. So every time you say it doesn't matter, it just so happens that that's the way they trick the people, the little details.
Okay, all right. So every time a pizza delivery driver gets a tip, he's being paid by the person he delivered to and the person who hired him to deliver pizzas, and he's morally wrong according to you because he got paid by two different people for his job.
Unless the tip is already included, then yes, he would be double dipping.
That's idiotic.
I'm not saying anything about
You
it
have
being
no
wrong, but in
way
that case, it would be double
Matrix,
dipping.
you have nothing to back up that claim that is in any way immoral.
I was a
whatsoever.
delivery person for 10
to base
years,
that on.
so I could give you personal experience on what you're talking about, and
Personal experience doesn't
let's just set you
establish
straight,
immoral-
Bob. To set you straight about the gun, the sole intention of the invention of the gun, of the idea, was to kill. All right?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
To kill.
So that
I didn't
debunks
say
whatever
it
you were
was
saying
kill.
earlier.
I didn't
No,
say
he said
it was
murder.
kill. I said it wasn't to murder. And there's a
Murder,
difference.
kill is still to take a life. That was
Okay,
the
so
intention
there
when
you
it
go.
was invented.
Murder, kill, as if they're somehow the same thing. You clearly are out of your depth here, Matrix.
Murder,
This is
kill,
absurd.
dead, die is still to take a life.
Yeah, no,
The
they are
purpose is
completely
that's the
different.
purpose of
Like I said, it's clear you are out of your depth. You have not spent nearly enough time thinking about the concepts of your reality, because this is absurd for you to claim that somebody who delivers pizza, if he gets a tip, is now somehow morally objectionable because he received a tip from somebody who appreciated his services as well as a payment from the person who agreed to pay him in the first place.
I didn't claim that. I didn't claim that.
No moral standard whatsoever in existence for you to base that on. You cannot.
I didn't claim that. You claimed that. I didn't claim
You
that. I
claimed
wasn't
that.
talking
You
about
said
pizza
you
delivery
told
and
the
moral. We were
payment
talking about the
more
legal
than
system and lawyers. So I don't know where this other analogy came that you're
Because you equated to the fact that if a lawyer is being paid by two parties, so where I would say you'd have a conflict of interest is if you were defending someone for slander and you were being paid by the person who was accusing that person of slander, I would say that's an immoral position because there's a conflict of interest, and this is why they have the concept of conflict of interest. and you have to actually present. I don't know, again, in America, I don't know the legal system that well. In the US, I understand some of it, but not a lot of it. But you have to, in the UK courts, you have to present that. Well, the British court, the English court, and the Welsh court, and the Northern Irish court, you have to present that to the judge that there could be a potential conflict of interest, which then would potentially allow you to withdraw from the case. Because once you give your word to defend someone, you're now morally obligated to follow through on your word.
So would you say the judge being a member of the bar and lawyers being a member of the bar, and has their first duty is to the bar? Would you say that in itself is a conflict of interest?
It's not
because that's not accurate. The judge's first duty is to uphold and arbiter the law and interpret the law as part of the process of the case. A lawyer's first responsibility is either to the prosecution or to the defense of his client.
You're absolutely wrong. The lawyer's first duty is towards the bar.
No.
Not towards the client.
Bull crap.
Prove this. Prove this what you're saying. Where did you get this information?
No,
exactly?
listen, Matrix, you're the one making the positive claim. I'm saying your positive claim is absurd. It's stupid. If you're an electrician and
it's all good. If you want to trust lawyers, go right ahead.
If you are an electrician and you are hired to do an electrician's job, your first duty is to complete the contract that you sign to complete that job. Just because you follow a set of rules established by the Electricians Guild to not do stupid things and get people hurt does not mean your first duty is to the Electricians Guild. It means that you have a code, a standard that you follow so that you can do your duty for your client. That's all that means.
So I've got this here. So this is your responsibility, your first duty to the bar. You must observe your duty to the court and the administration of justice. You must act in the best interest of each client. You must act with honesty and integrity. You must maintain your independence. You must not behave in a way which is likely to diminish the trust and confidence which the public places in you or in the profession. You must keep affairs of each client confidential. You must provide a competent standard of work to service each client. You must not discriminate unlawfully against any person. You must be open to cooperative with your regulators. You must take reasonable steps to manage your practice or carry out your role within your practice competently and in such a way to achieve compliance with your legal and regulatory obligations. That is the contract you have with the bar in the UK. I don't know what it is in the US, but that's your responsibility to the bar, is to uphold those duties.
It's a set of standards for someone to follow to accomplish their job well, that they agree to do so that they can do basically so they can uphold their duty to their clients effectively and so that they can be themselves held to a standard rather than every, Joe Schmo on the road saying, hey, I'm a lawyer, and then them being able to destroy people's lives. Instead, there's a standard established saying, listen, you're going to meet this standard, otherwise you don't get to represent people as a lawyer. You don't meet the standard.
Can a sovereign person be represented by a lawyer?
There's no such thing as a sovereign person. I'm pretty sure that is an oxymoron.
The oxymoron is the sovereign citizen, not the sovereign person or the sovereign man. The sovereign citizen, those words are oxymoronic because they both mean different things.
So if you're a sovereign man,
and nobody claims to be a sovereign. No.
I'm not saying. Wait. Hold on, Matrix. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying if someone claims. Let me rephrase it. If someone claims to be a sovereign man, are they then part of the nation of America? The USA. Are they a US citizen? Can you be both? Is what I'm asking.
The problem is UN citizenship is a corporation, right, that does not belong to America. So you could be a US citizen or consider yourself to be a citizen, or you could be what they call a national citizen, which is a national of America and not the US. See, these are two separate things. The lawyers and the bar, those will all fall under the US. So when I'm telling you that their job is to keep us in that realm, right, in the realm of being the debtor, right, that's their job because they know what they're doing. It isn't like they don't know that they are treating people as citizens where we're not supposed to be citizens. They are perfectly aware of this, right? They are perfectly aware of the deception with the language, right? They are perfectly aware that the way they phrase things makes your mind at ease to make you think that things might go your way when their intention wasn't for things to go your way, but simply to ease your mind with pretty words so you could not think you're being screwed over.
Again, so America, the United States is a republic. So what I'm trying to say is that, if you are, again, let's just say that everything is a contract. Fuck it. Let's say everything is a contract.
Everything is a contract.
So,
you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah. So, surely the problem that you've got is you're entered into that contract, whether it's through acquiescence, i.e. by not saying no at the right time, or through, registration. Let's say the birth certificate is that registratory document. So that brings you under the legal framework of that contract law.
Since it was against your will because your mother signed you up there, there is a claim that you could get yourself out, but you also have to be aware of what is going on, right?
No,
you have to learn the ability to get yourself out, what kind of system you're under, right? After you've learned that you're in a system.
Again, I would say that, for me to break a law doesn't mean that I have to know that law exists.
Of course. Ignorance of law is no excuse. I completely understand that. But the difference is that what you might think, what the idea of that law is simply that governments write some sort of law and they stamp it and that's it. It's unrefutable. And what I'm finding out is that what most of us think are laws are just some sort of contractual agreement, not an actual law actually passed by Congress and signed by some sort of president, which is, again, not the actual president of the people, but the president of the corporation.
So you just really want federal law and nothing else then? Which I would agree would be a more sensible system.
Who do you think the federal people are? Who do you think they are?
They're the people elected by the people for the people, technically. That's the standard that you should be trying to achieve.
So would you believe me if I told you that we are the federal people? We are the actual federal people. Us, every human, man, woman, and child. We are what's called the federal people. Not the federal government. The federal government is just a government.
And you all elect representation. That's why you fucking went to war with us. No taxation without representation. So, your Congress and your Senate, that's the representation of the people, for the people, by the people. You empower them through the democratic system.
See, that's where I differ with the democratic system, right? Because there's a democratic republic, right? But there is no such thing as democracy. This is something that's been instilled in the people, right? To give you kind of that left versus right paradigm. We're supposed to be in a democratically run republic. No such thing as a democracy.
Yeah, I think that you're just not happy with the governmental system or the democratic system that you have in the US, and that's what you're railing against. And if you can get enough people to agree with you, then potentially you can change it.
Not at all. See, the problem is the way governments are run, and it has you keep making like this distinction that there's like a difference over there. As far as I know about over there, London or wherever you're from, people have to pay even for fucking cable. So you guys have crazy amount of laws, and you guys are even more restricted than us, right? We have more freedoms than you guys. But
I've lived in the US and I've lived in the UK, and I'll tell you now, we get a lot less shit from our government than you do.
I doubt that very much.
There is no one that goes around and says, "Oh, if you don't mow your grass to city corporate
doubt
standards."
that very much. I've seen people. I've seen videos where cops lean on people's windows just to see if they have TVs to give them that TV.
No, the police don't go in and look in your house. That's done.
I've seen videos. So
yeah, that's not the police that do it. That's what's called a TV a licensed inspector who will try and do that. So I don't have a TV license. Haven't had one for 15 years. I had a bit of a Barney with TV licensing, because I don't. And they said, well, we're going to send an inspector around to check your house. And I said, no, you're not, because that, you're now doubting my word. You're now saying that I'm a liar. No, we're not saying that. And I said, well, yes, you are. And I've recorded this conversation because I now object to the fact that you're impugning my character. I'm stating for and on the record that I don't watch live TV. I am aware of my responsibilities. And what I'm doing now is writing you a letter removing any implied right of access to my property. They now cannot come on my property, and if they do, I will do them for fucking trespass.
How free do you think it is that you are? I mean, listen, it makes a little bit of sense. If the TV is propagandizing you, then you should have to pay for your own propagandization, right? But it still sucks that you have to pay for it, right?
No, I don't.
We could just buy a TV and just start watching whatever.
I don't have to. I've got a TV. I don't have to have a TV license to have a TV. I need a TV license to watch live broadcast television, which is supplied by the BBC and other commercial channels.
So you can't even
watch YouTube. I can watch Netflix.
Okay. That's what I was
can watch Amazon. I can watch Disney Plus. So all the money that I would spend on a fucking TV license, I actually have a whole load of services where I don't have to watch fucking adverts, which is the main thing I object to.
Okay, so it's the propaganda that you have to pay for, the mainstream, whatever they put in the mainstream media, right?
Well, it's not propaganda. It's just it's BBC is a broadcasting corporation. They're licensed by the government to sort of do that. We have independent television, private television companies. That's what ITV is, independent television, and what Channel 4 is, and Sky Television technically is, which then are commercial. They fund themselves through advertising. BBC doesn't. It's funded via the TV license. And I just don't like this way the system works. I don't find it very useful. And to be honest, I just prefer watching stuff on demand. So it's not about propaganda. I still watch the news for BBC, for instance. I just don't watch it live. And I don't watch it on BBC services.
But that's what I'm saying, because what you've mentioned with the BBC and all these corporations is the same thing that we have. We have Fox, we have ESPN or whatever the fuck. But these entities, they're all like umbrellaed onto the government or authority. So anything that comes out of them is something that's been signed by some authority that they could convey, right? For example, to scare people with the COVID.
Go onto YouTube and look up something called Spitting Image. So that's a TV program that was produced and broadcast for many years, and basically it just took the living rip and piss out of the government. Political satire. We take the piss out of fucking everybody here. Sure, it's part of being British.
That's awesome, but that's also part of the propaganda. The whole let's make fun of us, right? So people could think that there's like that there's some sort of open criticism of government, but it's actually themselves making the jokes about themselves.
No, it's not. It's independent writers that are actually writing this stuff and getting it put onto television. And again, we have a history of satire in this country that goes back hundreds and hundreds of years. And the whole point, and exposing shit, is something that goes back hundreds and hundreds of years here. Because we love a good scandal. We always used to joke, a French prime minister or president isn't respected unless he's got at least 2 or 3 mistresses. And one of our prime ministers, if they even look sideways at a woman, that's it. It's a sexual scandal and he's gone. There was one political leader, and his nickname was called Paddy Pantsdown. And the reason he was called that is because he was caught having sex with his secretary. He was having an affair with his secretary while he was married. It ruined his career. So, and these are people in political power that this is happening to. So,
I hear that the laws are so crazy that if men waste women's time, they actually have the right to call the cops on them and false charges on them and shit. So you can't even ghost a bitch over there because she'll probably call the cops on you.
No, you can. That's absolute rubbish. So if you're harassing someone, and it doesn't matter about the sex, the color, or the religion of that person, then you can be done for that, and you can get what's called an ASPO, which is like a restraining order, we call it in America. There are, if you're supposed to be feeding your children, so I have 3 kids and I'm divorced. Then if you can't come to an agreement with your partner, then you can take it to court and have a judgment. Me and my partner came to our own agreement. We didn't want to involve the courts because, we're fucking adults. It's a real problem when you look at too much of the wacky stuff that goes on in the world and not enough of the normal stuff that goes in the world. Because, there was always some wacky kind of stuff going on. But generally what you find is it's going to be somebody's lying about something. And, most of our law comes down to injury, harm, loss, which is, the foundation of common law. The one thing I will say about America is you're a lot more forgiving. You can get away with speeding a lot easier in America than you can here. Or at least I did.
My bad, man. I was taking care of some business.
That's right, man.
So the thing with the lawyer and the it isn't all right. So my thing is how they do what they do, right? Because it's easy to say that you don't trust lawyers, right? And it seems that everybody has that in them that for some reason they don't trust lawyers. And I did some research, right? Looking into laws and all these things, and I started to understand what is it that lawyers do, and even how they do it. And I find it extremely deceptive. It is all seems to be very deceptive, but it seems to it is deceiving, but it is meant to make it seem as if it is being done to help people, right? To help people with their legal problems or whatever the fuck. But it is all a facade to just take as much money from you as they possibly can, because they are still getting paid by you and by the state, and the judge is still getting paid.
No, generally, if you're bought in, so if you're getting representation from the state, you're being provided a lawyer, because we have that same rule here. If you cannot afford a lawyer will be provided for you. We have pretty much the same line in our rights system. Then I don't have to pay that lawyer.
There might be a crucial difference. I'm not sure. I heard Cuddles talking about this a couple weeks ago. That here they'll say you have the right to an attorney, and he went on explaining how he understands the difference between a lawyer and
that's your attorney. Miranda rights. You're talking about your Miranda rights. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. If you don't have an attorney, what will be provided for you? That's called the Miranda rights.
Yeah. So over here, if I get criminally charged, and then a lawyer I will have a lawyer provided for me if I can't afford one. And that'll be a barrister if it's a Crown case.
Now, a lawyer obviously has the word law in it, so they're dealing with the law. But an attorney, I don't really know how to break down that word. I'd have to look it up.
So we have two types of representation. So you have a solicitor, which is almost kind of like a sort of a more powerful paralegal, be how I would compare it in the US. And then we have a barrister. So a barrister is someone that would represent you in a Crown Court or a judicial case. If I want to buy a house, then a solicitor can do that work. They can do the conveyancing work for me, for instance. So they're like almost like some of the contract lawyers. But an attorney at law tends to be someone that will represent you for a judicial case. That's how I kind of understand it, but I could be wrong because I don't know the American. Your representative system is a bit different to ours, and I didn't really get in any trouble in the US, so I never had to worry about it.
Yeah, same here. So I Googled it, and it pretty much says they're synonyms of each other, but then the recommended question below that, it's like, what's the difference between a lawyer and attorney? And it simply says that a lawyer is someone who's earned a law degree from a law school, but an attorney is someone who's like admitted into the practice of law.
Oh, the attorney, in fact. Okay. So the attorney could be possibly somebody that just took it upon himself to teach himself law, right? So he could be called the attorney in fact. While the other person, the lawyer, he went to the university. He don't went through the process of taking the bar. So that's possibly what could be the difference.
Yeah, like you can be an unpracticed lawyer, but you can't be an unpracticed attorney.
Yeah, so as I say, I mean, over here we have barristers, and that literally means that you're a member of the bar, because solicitors don't join the bar.
Right, the bar.
So I think when you say solicitors, it sounds like kind of how they say ambulance chasers over here.
No. So a solicitor is someone generally that will be able to witness a document, for instance, or can draw up contracts between people.
Okay, because over here the word soliciting it isn't a good word. It's like yeah. So when you say that, I'm thinking it's like pretty much.
Well, she is soliciting business for her brand. It's just a different type of soliciting. Not like Girl Scout cookies or for a business other than, prostitution. It's just a different type of soliciting. Trying to get funds or trying to get business or trying to get support for your business is technically soliciting events. Girl Scouts, business, hookers, whatever.
I'm wondering, Foolish. I know the term a notary or a notarizer. That sounded very similar, but I think that may be only half of the functions of a solicitor is to also be a notary. Just kind of be there as a witness, sign your name on things, make some things official.
There are also a few things that you could let's say like if you find yourself in a situation that you have to go to court, there are some processes that you could do as an individual person that your lawyer or attorney, whatever, they cannot do simply because their first duty is to the bar. You understand? Because it has something to do with giving them power of attorney over you, right? So if you give them power of attorney, then they have permission to file certain paperwork. But if you don't do that, they don't. But you can file your own separate paperwork.
Yeah, you have the right to represent yourself, but I would look up to see what constitutes the bar standards in the US because I don't know.
Actually, with that, watch out with that word, Foolish. Be careful with saying representing yourself. That's a trick, actually. That's actually a trick. You can't represent yourself. It doesn't exist.
Oh, in the UK, you can.
You can't represent yourself. You are yourself.
I've represented myself in small claims court twice.
Have you heard the joke that they have for people that represent themselves? That they have a fool for a client?
Yes, but that's again that if I was going into a criminal case in front of a judge, then I'd probably get better representation. When I went to small claims court, which I've done twice, once for a motorbike accident for a mate of mine, where I was pillion passenger, and once when I had a problem with the landlord. Both times I represented myself. I researched what I needed to do. I took some free advice from my uncle, which was quite useful, and I did all my own paperwork.
And why didn't you pay a lawyer for that?
Because it was easy.
See, while it was easy for you, and also you also had the addition of the counsel from your uncle, right? Most people don't have that advantage, and most people would have had to pay for a lawyer, right?
Generally in small claims court, you put your case before the magistrate, and you can make a decision. So again, it's about documenting evidence and having a clear sort of, articulable argument that you can put forward. And the pillion passenger one was really funny because I was on a mate's bike, we got hit head on by a car. I went flying down the road. I went 35 yards before I hit the ground, according to the record. Fortunately, both of us were reasonably okay. The guy that was driving the car was drunk. He was twice over the limit. He was already banned. He had his license revoked. His car wasn't taxed and he wasn't insured. And this was before we had regulated minicabs. And he was working as a minicab driver that night.
Damn, so he was all kind of fucked up. I mean, how many years did he get then?
He was. Oh well, this was a funny part of the story. So, one, he got into a lot of trouble for the legal side. I don't know if he actually went to jail for it or not. But the funny thing is, we put in what's called the bailiff's petition because I put the argument forward that, due to the person's character as already representative by his actions, I couldn't rely on him to actually pay monies back to me. So I want to take goods to the value. So I put a petition in to take possession of his possessions.
Oh, that's what you call you filed a lien on him. You put a lien on him.
Yeah, it's what's called a bailiff's petition over here. And we were literally I remember the smile on the magistrate's face when I put the documents in front of him, which he signed off immediately. And he said, "Do you have a bailiff present?" And I said, "Yes, I do, because I already have one on tap." And the magistrate said, "Oh, when can you go?" And then we had a police officer accompanying us to, keep the peace. We're trying to get shit out of his house. And I was chatting with the officer. He's a biker as well. So we're talking about the fact it was a bit of a shitty position. And he had his car really awkwardly positioned right in front of his front door. And I said, "Oh, is there any way we can get this car moved, officer?" And he said, "I'll ask." So he asked the guy, who by this point was like absolutely throbbing it because he knew how much trouble he was in, who then jumped in his car, turned the ignition, reversed it round on the road, parked it, at which point the officer went up and arrested him for driving on the public highway without tax license or insurance.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and then I took possession of the car. But then I did that for my mate because he was a courier rider. His bike had been totally wiped. He couldn't work for about 3 weeks. His bike was a complete write-off, and it was a pretty new bike. The only thing legally we couldn't take was his fridge, his washing machine, and his cooker. We got pretty much most of his other crap.
Why? Just because of the size of the fridge and the washing machine?
No, because that's what those are possessions that are required to have a reasonable standard, to be able to cook, be able to store food, and be able to wash your clothes. Those are reasonable things under law for someone to possess, and it's unreasonable to take them off them.
Right, they have to be excess or luxury items.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that funny days. And that was before, that was before the times of mobile phones being very, very common. And we're just lucky that the person that stopped had a car phone, who then rang police and ambulance. But the weird thing is, as I say, I went flying over the car, down the road, hit 35 yards down the road, rolled and came up on 1 foot, 1 knee at the end, going, what the fuck? And the only thing that went through my head was, oh, fuck. Which I remember. It's the accident that I would have most liked a video of, because it must have looked so fucking cool.
Yeah, superhero landing.
Yeah, but the best thing, well, I mean, the best thing. One of my mate Chris, he was pissing blood for a few weeks because my knees hit him in his kidneys on the way out. Yeah.
Oh, that's rough, buddy.
Shit happens. Yeah, the guy was a fucking idiot. I mean, what really bugged me was the fact he was working as a minicab driver when he was drunk.
Yeah. And that 35-yard launch didn't mess you up too bad?
No, again, it was a little bit chilly, so I had I always wear leathers anyway. And I had bike trousers with a pair of waterproof, what's called DPMs, they're like canvas, over the top of my sort of bike trousers. So yeah, bruised, but nothing broken.
No helmet,
real
though?
quick.
I
Real
always wear
quick. I'm
helmet.
glad you're okay,
Yeah.
Dress. I'm
Oh,
glad
no,
you're okay.
that was
They got those new things that blow up like it's like an airbag, but it's for motorcyclists.
no, this was 27, 28, 29 years ago. Yeah, quite a long time ago.
How do those trigger, Jeremy? How does the bag know when to expand?
I don't know. They even make them. They
There's a-
even make them for senior citizens, and they go off before the senior citizen hits the ground.
There's a band that you connect it to your bike, like it's like a connection, like you push it and it connects, and the airbag goes off. If it disconnects, basically the airbag goes off. So there's a specific way to disconnect it. So the idea is you like hit a bike or you hit a car or you hit something and you fly off. Well, that flying off will cause the disconnect, and it has like a split second from disconnection. The thing pops up into a big bubble around you or whatever. It built into your jacket.
Wow, I don't have any shit like that. I'm a Kevlar jeans and well padded jacket person and a back protector. That's what I got on my bike. And I have a summer version and a winter version. But I always wear boots, trousers, jacket, gloves, helmet, regardless of how hot it is. It's one of the things that bugs me when I see people riding around in shorts and trainers. I learned that lesson early on. That's why I've got lovely elbows that I can grate cheese with.
Yeah. Hold on a second, Gio. I don't know why Trader Q-Tard was muted. I unmuted him. If that's cool, please behave. Eventually, we're gonna start having to do the thing where like we just somebody gets like a 5-minute mute and then it just starts adding up over time. Next time it's 10 minutes, then 20 minutes. Give you more incentive to behave.
I think it's a good idea.
You gotta give them the carrot or the stick, right?
Yeah. I mean, server-side mod.
We have no carrots. It's basically
I try and use
pretty much just a
carrots
stick.
and try and be reasonable. And then if they're not
We don't have
reasonable,
any carrots.
I put them on the naughty step.
We have no carrots, so it's all stick.
I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum.
And I'm all out of gum.
carrots.
You're all out of ass.
Hey, you guys got to look at the motorcycle statistics for injury and just incident. They're pretty astonishing.
Well, there's 16,000 car accidents a day in America. I don't know how many of those are motorcycles.
When I talked to my old insurance adjuster, he said most motorcycle accidents reported were because of like you smashed your brakes too hard or you hit a curve or something like that.
Yeah. People not riding to the condition of the road is a very common way.
Yeah.
You know, or not concentrating. You know, most of the accidents I've had have been cars, you know, bumping into me basically. Did have one accident where I went up to a farm shop to pick some stuff up, came back down the same road, and there's quite a sharp corner, and someone had been muck spreading, and they come off the field and left a load of shit on the road, and I just went whee.
How many motorcycles you been through, Bush?
And how many motorcycles have I owned?
Well, yeah. Well, when I said how many have you been through, I mean like you had to get rid of them because
How many have I
something,
totaled?
yeah, pretty much
6.
6. Wow,
Yeah.
impressive. You're still alive after 6 totals. That's crazy, bro.
To be fair, 3
Hey,
of them were in.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
John Traker. No, after you, mate.
I was just gonna say you couldn't pay me to ride a motorcycle.
You couldn't pay me
I
not
just
to.
wouldn't. I wouldn't do it.
Fun.
Just how dangerous it is.
Yeah, it's fun though.
Oh, I mean, it could be. Yeah, it could be amusing. It's not gonna change anything.
I've never owned a car in my life, so. And I've been riding for over 35 years. And out of the 6 motorbikes I killed, 4 of them were in the first sort of 5 years of riding.
Did you just say 4 were in the first year?
No, 4 were in the first 5 years of riding. And that was doing silly things. That was going too fast and, you know, coming off on a corner. There was one where I hit a pothole and went over the top of the bike. That was just more bad luck than anything else. One was it was really raining badly and there was oil on the road. And again, that was an experience. So yeah, so really in the last sort of 30 years, I've done 2 bikes. And that was one I was going down a side of traffic and a car decided to jump the lights.
Fuck off, man.
No, I was going down the outside of the traffic and he was I could just whip round and turn right and didn't see me on his outside. So he kind of swiped me and sort of took my bike out.
So you were both trying to ride on the shoulders?
No. So it's like so I'm literally in the oncoming lane, filtering towards the top of the lights, and there's a red light in front of me. And it's a crossroad, so it was cars going across the crossroads or turning left because that's the near side for us as opposed to right, which is the near side for you. At that junction, and he thought, "Oh, I can quickly dip round and go right." He totally admitted fault and was so nicely apologetic. It was annoying because I wanted him to be an arsehole so I could get angry.
Yeah, I heard Tesla's coming out with the self-driving motorcycles next. See that?
Oh wow!
And the other one was that was more my fault than anything else. And that was coming up to a roundabout, and a car behind me clipped my back wheel.
Yo, you guys got the most fucked up roundabout in the fucking world.
Oh, roundabout! I'll tell you, mate. Having ridden in America, now having ridden in the UK, roundabouts are so much fucking safer than those crossroads.
Yeah,
you
right.
have.
Dude,
we don't get those T-bones you get in America, mate.
I did. I picked up a civil engineer once. I'm like, yo, why are you guys doing these roundabouts? I can't stand them. They're like, it lessens the fatality rate of accidents because of the angle. Because of the angle, usually, yeah. On average, but you guys got the most fucked up roundabout in the world. You got a giant roundabout, and then you got like 5 roundabouts connected to
I
that
live,
roundabout.
I
It's a
live just.
shit show.
Hey,
I
you
live
said you're a
just around.
civil
I
engineer,
literally live
Jeremy?
about 12 miles from that roundabout. It's called the Magic Roundabout, and it's in Swindon. There are not
Oh, it's
many of
fucking
them.
magical.
I'll tell you
Hey,
the
Jeremy,
scariest
what did you
roundabout if you
say
want to look it
earlier?
up.
You're a civil engineer?
I'm not.
I'm a jack of all trades. I'm a jack of all trades. What do you need?
No, I heard you say something about
His
civil
mate's
engineer.
a
I was
civil
just
engineer.
interested.
I
Oh, his
picked one up.
friend is a civil engineer. Okay, got it.
I picked
I
the
thought you
guy
said
up
he
doing it.
was.
No, I'm not. You got all excited? You got all antsy in the pantsy?
Well,
Real quick?
no, that's what I was gonna do until I ended up with my other career. So yeah.
Oh yeah, what do you do?
I got a degree in conservation management.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What's that even mean though? What do you do?
I just work for the state, basically. Just we protect lands and stuff.
A lot of forestry commissions in the UK have environmental conservationists.
It's
So when
different from forestry and all that. It's something different, but it's similar, but it's different.
we call them environmental engineers over here.
Basically, that's what we do. Yes.
So you're looking at quality of land. You're looking at usage of land, standards for storage of stuff.
Yes,
And
that and animal protection as well.
oh, cool! That's even cooler. Yeah, one of my cousins. She
Basically,
was
yeah, we also broker sales too, as another part of our job. So it's kind of fun too.
Yeah, one of my cousins used to do that for the RAF. Back in the day, before she decided to go to a very different career. She's a potter now. She makes pots.
That's pretty cool. Pots are awesome. You know,
anyway, it's
one of
almost
those things that
12:30
you always see in like archaeology digs is the pottery, right?
Oh yeah. In fact, it's one of the things that I do for my local area is I teach people field walking.
Or like an unofficial archaeologist. It's like, hey, look.
No, I've got a BA in archaeology.
Sure. And when you say field walk, you mean like you take them to some site and you pick around in the dirt?
So what you're doing is generally you do it after, after sort of first or second ploughing, you'll go and walk sort of farmland fields, and you're looking for things like pottery or bits of flint, that kind of stuff that's out of place.
Right.
And then you can start to look at it. So you go, aha, that's a flat terracotta colored piece that is about, let's put it in American terms, about 1/2 an inch to 3/4 of an inch thick. And we've got no farm buildings around here, and it's a very smooth piece of pottery. That's going to be a Roman rooftop.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun, man. Especially if you have some good finds that day.
Oh, we found some cool. I've got literally drawers full of this shit here.
In America, well, let me ask you a question. When a farmer tills his field here in America, the two things you'll probably find the most of are arrowheads and geodes. I'm sure you got geodes over there too, but I don't know, were arrowheads as big over there as they are here?
Yeah, especially flint.
Mm-hmm.
So
everyone used arrows, so they should be everywhere.
Well, again, a lot of people mistake arrowheads for spear points.
Sure.
Because there's not a huge difference in size.
Mm-hmm.
So you had two kinds of spear types that were commonly used in sort of late sort of Mesolithic period. early Paleolithic period. So the idea is you'd throw your spear at something, and the main shafty bit would break off, and it would leave like the stubby bit with the spear point still embedded. And that's not much of a difference in size to an arrowhead. It just tends to be a different shape depending on the particular type. But what you have over there is some really cool stuff, which is Clovis culture. Not common finds, but some of that stuff is really beautiful. It's very similar to Silesian finds in France, which is why they think there might be a link between the two cultures.
One of my friends was telling me the best place to look for arrowheads is on the sides of a river, because a reliable place for Native Americans to go hunting would be catching animals as they went to, to these streams to get a sip of water. And when they miss, you got the arrow or the spear, whatever, lodged in the side of the bank, and then look in the kinks of the waterway, because that sort of stuff will get probably washed off the sides. If they're not there, then they're going to be building up in like the elbows of the stream.
Yeah. We also tend to find that rivers move quite a lot.
Yeah, I hear you. New routes,
Hey,
dried up beds.
hey, so real quick, I was looking at okay, you know how Eric DeBay started that whole dinosaurs aren't real thing, and then so then one of the Glovers like put a bunch of information about, because I was like, oh yeah, well nobody's found dinosaurs before this, and supposedly dragons are part of like old dinosaur lore, and especially like in China, and then in like
Yeah, and in China, they call fossilized bones dragon bones.
yeah, like so they have like dragon lore, and then especially like England and like Ireland, they have their own dragon myths, and then so apparently there has been other finds, but there was a recent one where they found at a construction site, they found a T-Rex. So I'm thinking, like, why wouldn't somebody just plant it there and then say, we found such and such? And I mean, because they're going for millions of dollars.
Because again, like most things like that, part of, again, I'm not going to talk particularly about paleontology, but in archaeology, the value of find is based on its chain of custody. So knowing who dug it up, when it was dug up, where it was dug up, how it was found, and and that gives substance to it. So one thing to say, you can produce the most amazing artifacts, and if it's got no provenance, then the first consideration is it's a fake, and it's very difficult to then move it from that. Yeah, no, well, it's the way you have to be, unfortunately, because you can't then sort of place it in time. You can't sort of create the story that goes around that has any substance to it. And for me, it's I mean, I'm lucky. I don't live that far from the Dorset coast, which is also called the Jurassic Coast. And there you can just, literally, there are stones that just got hundreds of sort of trilobites and other things. That's where they found a load of ichthyosaurs sticking out the cliffs. So it's quite hard to sort of go, aha, I've just dug a little bit of earth and there's a dinosaur skeleton. No, they tend to be embedded in rock. So Tanis, I think in Wyoming is a pretty big sort of place, and North and South Dakota seem to be really, really key places. So I think there's a mass Triceratops graveyard. It's either in Wyoming or South Dakota, which I think is next door to it. I always get North and South Dakota mixed up in my geographic thinking of America and what states are next to it. So it would be very weird to find something that's not in kind of those major sort of Paleolithic find areas. So if it's just something that's an oddity that they found out in the middle of nowhere and there's nothing else around it, then that's kind of weird.
I
there's a
think it's
recent,
kind of weird to find a lot in one area. You know, it's also kind of strange. Unless like there was a mudslide that buried a bunch of them all at once. Because like bones left out, you know, on the top of soil, like those don't fossilize. Has to, as far as I understand, you know,
yeah,
a
you're right,
fossil needs to be buried. And
pretty quickly.
what would bury
Hey,
it? Yeah, go ahead.
Fundy. Hey, real quick, do you believe in dinosaurs, Fundy?
I'm not in a position to really make my mind up conclusively. I find a lot of the story, strange. How recently they were discovered, and I've watched that AirTube Bay, and I'm not saying he makes like an excellent point, but he brings up enough questions that I'd say I'm still giving it time, still thinking it over.
I've
Yeah,
found
I did
I've been
too.
lucky enough to
Hold
find
on,
a couple of fossils.
Hold on, Bush, real quick, man, real quick. I asked him. Let me just respond. I was the same way, but then I think it was that dude Andy or Arby, whatever his name is. He was the one who came up with, because Eric Dubé's like, okay, there's no other cultures or civilizations that have ever brought up dinosaurs. And then so this guy, Andy or whatever, brought forth a bunch of other civilizations that have found dinosaurs, like Chinese, like in China, and then it's even in some of their books, dude, that they've called them actual. They didn't use the word dinosaur, but I think dragon was in there. So they referenced them a
Let me
long
give a
time ago. So
right. Let me give
not only
let me give the
China,
rest of my
but
2 cents. So
yeah, go ahead, man.
the thing is, you know, I think that there's a chance that all types of species and different types of animals had members that were larger than the largest ones we see nowadays, right? And I don't see why lizards would be excluded from that. Maybe all types of animals were just bigger. However, even though I think lizards and all of the animals might have been a lot bigger, the insects, the cats, the dogs, the whatever, the lizards of some sorts, I just, still at that point, I can't argue for the existence of like a giant 100-foot long necked brachiosaurus or something like that, or a T-Rex. And there's a chance I think it might be being like combinations of bones from different animals, or like giraffe bones being sold to us as lizard, like it's a mammal. Like a giraffe is very similar shape to brachiosaurus or whatever, and I wouldn't put it past them to put like a giant lizard head on a large giraffe body and say, oh yeah, this whole thing is lizard, even though they're like mixing and
Well, they're
combining
not
stuff.
lizards, though, are
Well,
they?
that's the first.
That's the
That's the
problem. Is
thing.
the
Like
fact
their
that
first dinosaur that they found, I think they literally only found like a tooth, and they built a whole dinosaur around it. It's like that's how crazy they get with it.
no, it's not kind of the first dinosaur that they found.
Okay,
So, I mean,
no. Look,
so
let me.
the main thing that I mean, for the UK, I can't, because we got quite a good sort of set of fossils out of the UK. A lot of the fossils we get are things like ichthyosaurs, which are very large dolphin-like creatures, and we get a number of land animals as well that were found here, and these were literally dug out of rock. And that's the problem I have. It's the process, because if they were from different creatures or different things, or not killed, it didn't all die at the same time, then you're going to have different. You're going to find them in different layers of rock, and the mineralization is going to be very different. And that doesn't seem to be the case when we look at these things. So I don't really have a problem with the evidence we have for large creatures roaming about. I mean, fuck's sake, just look at the giant sloth. I mean, that was a motherfucking big creature.
Right, giant moose, giant deer, giant elephants, giant sloth. Yeah.
Yeah, we had aurochs.
Hey, like Triceratops
up
could
until
literally
pretty
be
recently.
giant fucking rhinos or giant cows, that just
But
had
the
horns like
morphology
bulls,
is very different. That's the problem. It's the same way as dinosaurs aren't lizards. You know, crocodiles aren't dinosaurs.
I mean, reptile encapsulates it all, right?
I'm not even sure if I'm not sure if they obey the proper taxonomic classification of reptile. I'm not sure. I don't know. So I'm
As
not
far
going
as
to
I'm
pretend.
concerned, reptile is as large of a category as there is compared to like mammals, reptiles, fish, insects. Maybe I'm missing
Dude, I
bird.
just have a hard
Fowl.
problem. I have a hard problem looking at the dates of these discoveries. So 1824 was the Megalosaurus, and then 1826 was Megalosaurus ponyberry, and then 1827 was the Megalosaurus bucklandi. So they found a bunch of these Megalosaurus, supposedly.
But you tend to find what's called fossil beds. So that's why I mentioned sort of Tanis, which I think is in Wyoming. The only reason I remember Tanis is because it's the name of an Egyptian city and an Egyptian goddess. And I know North Dakota and South Dakota, there are big fossil beds there as well. You know, I think that's some of the main areas you guys find lots of good fossils from.
Hey,
that was
Foolish.
that was the point I wanted to make. There was an interesting study done recently where they sort of worked out pretty much the season that
Look at this.
they think that the meteor hit Earth that killed off the dinosaurs. And it was quite interesting sort of how they came up with the sort of information and evidence to sort of demonstrate that. And that was from fossilized fish that had tektites, all sort of spherical balls of rock, stuck in their gills, but hadn't been sort of consumed. They didn't find them in the sort of stomach area, just in the gill area. And they could tell by the bone growth what season that they were in. And there was sort of like 2 or 3 lines of evidence that sort of co-witnessed it to make it a reasonable sort of hypothesis. So it was springtime in the northern hemisphere. And now they're looking at why there was a much quicker bounce back in the southern hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere, because obviously you had more creatures that were starting to go into hibernation because it was getting to late autumn in the southern hemisphere, and that's why we may have had the mammals that survived that we did, and some of the avian creatures, and the crocodilians, and the alligators. You know, those type of sort of large creatures found. But you know, I still think there's a lot of morphological similarity between a lot of birds and dinosaurs.
You think there could have been a lot of more oxygen in that? I think nowadays they're saying there was more oxygen in the atmosphere, and that's why everything was bigger.
And that's certainly true for the giant insect period, which came before the dinosaurs. And we do that from core sampling, is how they infer that.
They said
Yeah,
some of these animals were so big that there's no way that the mass of their that word mass. There's no way that the bone structure could support like for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, for example. They said that there's no way
giant ass head.
Yeah, and the giant ass head, it wouldn't offset, and it wouldn't be able to actually exist. Just
who says that?
Someone on YouTube. Who knows? I don't know. Don't ask me.
Yeah, I don't know where I heard it.
Yeah,
I heard it somewhere.
But think about it, right? You got a giraffe. It is the lankiest, skinniest, narrowest creature you'll ever see. You know, it turns sideways and you can't see it anymore. It's like paper. And when you think about what kind of head is at the top of its long neck, it's the smallest little narrow head. You know, that it's like a malnourished horse head. You know, because if it was any heavier, they'd start having some muscular and structural issues.
Yeah, but
a
T-Rex neck compared to a giraffe neck, I think there's a big difference. Wasn't a T-Rex neck a lot thicker? Or
yeah,
well, it would have
to
be.
It's
way too fucking big.
If you go to the Natural History Museum in London, they've got a big sauropod there. I'm not sure if it's a brachiosaur or diplodocus, whatever the fuck it is. As I say, paleontology is not what I my areas of particular good knowledge. But
It's a
you know,
soft science.
I've seen
Just
that
because they
a
got
load of
one
times.
there, it legitimizes it, right? At the
No, well,
natural
that's
No,
my
he's
point.
not saying that.
You
museum.
decided to interrupt me.
Don't be sarcastic.
Oh, I'm
But you
very
guys
Well,
know,
I've been to the one in Denver, dude, and it's like it's a joke. Like they have a big giant whale fossil, whale bones, and then they have like one. Yeah, they have a T-Rex, just bones. They don't have it like with skin and all. And they just have like 3 things there, and then they supposedly have a planetarium. It's a joke. You can't even go look at the stars.
cool. You should go
Like,
to
this
the
is
Natural History Museum in London because it is a fucking amazing place. And obviously, you know, considering it was done at the height of the British Empire, we got to steal stuff off fucking everybody.
yeah, it's a bunch
you
of theatrics,
But
right? Like they.
the point that I wanted to make, and I was desperately trying to get out before I was interrupted, was the fact that
I
when
didn't
you look
really
at,
interrupt you, but go ahead.
I hadn't finished my point, which is why I made the sarcastic comment. Which was the fact that when you look at the size of the skull compared to the rest of the skeleton, it's tiny.
of what the
It's a large sauropod. I'm not sure if it's Brachiosaur, Diplodocus, or Brontosaur, whatever it is.
Well, that's cool that
in the
you've seen that, and that
Yeah.
it's sort of not oversized. But you guys know what the largest animal we think ever existed and still exists is, right?
The blue whale.
Exactly, and
He said
so
without dropping a beat.
you got the blue whale, larger than anything that's ever lived, and the
Anything
thing
that
about
we've ever
large,
found, I always like that.
sure, yeah, that's definitely a better way to put it. Or even theorized about. I mean, and the thing about the largest creature ever is that it really couldn't be anywhere but the water. When you think about like the strength of bones, the water supports the being very evenly and allows it to reach the sizes it could in a way that you couldn't achieve with biology on land.
This is one of the scary stats I quite like for the blue whale. Whether it's true or anecdotal, I'm not sure. But the tongue of a blue whale weighs more than an African bull elephant.
Oh, that really could be accurate. I've never looked at a whale tongue before, but blue whales. I mean, they're massive. They're just so incredibly massive. But
I think I
the
took a
thing is,
picture of it there, but if you go to the Denver Natural History Museum website, you'll see it. It's amazing, and that was a mammal. Now you got these, I mean, really, dinosaurs are myths, right? But they
perhaps.
got the bones right next to them, and they're not even like real bones, right?
I've seen real dinosaur bones. I've also
Oh,
seen
you have
plasticar
now.
bones. Yeah, I've definitely seen real dinosaur bones, and quite a lot of them. I've seen a lot of plaster casts as well. It's one of the nice things if you go to the Natural History Museum, they actually show you examples of real dinosaur bones versus some of the casts they've made. And there's also a big notice about why they do that. And a lot of it's to do with health and safety because they don't want that shit falling on people.
Well, I've been to all the museums around town, and they never make it a point. There's no sign around it, whether it's a cast of something small or large. I've seen skulls and like skeletons of ancient things, and they never make it a point to tell you that nothing you're seeing here is authentic. They just kind of let all the adults and the maybe less skeptical people, which is most people, just kind of go in there and think they're actually looking at something legit. And there's not a single sign that says all of these are like imaginative fulfillment recreations made of plaster. You're not looking at bones. And you just think that I know it's bad for business because they like the illusion people or the delusion people are under when they go in and look at these things. They're getting up all close saying, wow, look at that. What a well-preserved specimen of a fossil. No. And
something doesn't make it immediately fake.
of course not. I just think that it might be announced or written down somewhere at all, which it isn't. This is fake. You know, it never says that anywhere. I've never been anywhere either
Let me
that
try and
like
get that
has.
out again. A cast of something does not mean it's immediately fake.
Sure, artist rendition. We can call it that. We don't even have to use the word fake or hoax or anything like that. There's not a single sign anywhere in all the museums I've been to that say these are artist renditions based on a sample that we have locked away underground.
All right, let's try that one more time. A cast does not automatically mean artist rendition either.
So here's a real one for you.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a real dinosaur bone in situ.
Okay.
Okay. And one of
I'm
the things
looking
they
at it.
do is, yeah. So, and in the National History Museum, they actually tell you when they're, you know, a lot of, not all of them, I'm not sure all of them, I'm not going to say all of them because they've got thousands of fucking exhibits there. They actually tell you, you know, where they've used some of the real bones and where they've used some of the plaster casts. But they tend to cast from real bones. And some of the reasons why they didn't do it, one, because some of the stuff's quite heavy, especially the skulls of some of the larger predators. But also because some of them are quite delicate. And obviously they want to preserve them to make sure they're available for study.
And if I come and say, "Are you sure that's not a large bird ostrich leg?" and they say, "No, it's a dinosaur," okay? Then where do we go from there?
Again, you know, the birds are the descendants of dinosaurs.
Well, that's a story and all. You can believe it if you want. It's not even a bad story. Like it's pretty good. But that doesn't mean that piece of stone that they're labeling a dinosaur leg. How do they know that's not a bird leg from a same period of time?
Because we've observed the morphology into the avians through the fossil record. So again, you know, none of us are paleontological experts. So you're right. There's some trust. I mean, that's another one. That's a real skull of a triceratops.
I mean, there's no DNA, right? Since it's just minerals, right, in the shape of a body part, and so there's no way to actually test like the DNA or anything like that. So I don't know.
Cool. So you believe in evolution, at least?
Oh, good point there, Fundy. You just nailed it out of the park, dude. Do you see how they're kind of like just brushing it over?
The fact, if no, I didn't brush it over. What I basically did was
me.
If
I
you
know,
believe...
I just wanted to congratulate Fundy for actually, you know, bringing this up to you, and you still don't acknowledge it, but
no, I was actually going to reinforce. I was going to still
because you're right. There's no way to verify anything with DNA.
One of the great things that we have now is phylogenetics, and phylogenetics show the relation. Are you just going to keep interrupting? Thanks.
I was talking, dude. You wanted to legitimize your point, but I think Fundy already did it for you. Did you not hear him? He said there was no way to verify that those are dinosaur bones because you can't identify it with DNA.
So
did you not
the
hear
problem
him?
I've got, which is, you know, not the problem I've got, but one of the nice things about Fundy saying that is, you know, we use DNA.
You don't want to acknowledge it though,
and that's really really interesting because that shows.
It doesn't mean if you would allow him.
It doesn't mean anything. That's why it's not acknowledged.
It doesn't mean anything that there's no DNA to identify the dinosaurs, right?
Perfect. Yeah, that doesn't of archaeology and zoology and there's so much supporting evidence of all this stuff that y'all just brush away, pretend like it doesn't exist.
Right, DNA is not required to uniquely identify the shape of a bone.
Yeah, that's why we have homology as well. You know, an awful lot of the anthropological finds we have, some of them we can get DNA from, most of them we can't. But what we can show is the relationship between different species and different creatures, and that's part of what goes into classification now. You know, the phylogenetics, which shows the relationships between different sort of groups of animals that we can still get DNA from. And don't forget the nice work that Dr. Mary Schweitzer did on sort of, you know, evidence of collagen on some of these fossils as well. Maybe one day we'll get really lucky and find something. but I don't think so because I think DNA breaks down too quickly. I don't know how it would last that long.
Until then, let's just make up these stories that the shape of these bones would have to be this way because that's the way they live their lives and their structure and la la la, and that's is because why blah 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 and na na na. And we'll make stories up and legitimize and na na na, and these are called dinosaurs and na na na.
Yeah, we tend to label things
Fun
that we find.
stories.
You're right, and we can age
Fun
stuff
story time.
based on the stratification that things exist in. And we understand rock formations and how they're formed and what are older rock formations from newer rock formations. But I suppose you could always believe the fantasy tale that the Earth is only 10,000 years old or 6,000 years old, depending on which particular sort of biblical chronology you want. I mean, that to me is a more ridiculous story.
More of a ridiculous story. So you are admitting that dinosaurs are a ridiculous story? Just the
No.
The creationist story is
I was
a little
taking your
more ridiculous.
No, I was taking your
Okay.
position that it was a ridiculous story, and then I was doing an internal critique from that perspective. On if you think that's ridiculous, then surely things like the story of Noah's flood is even more so.
Don't be so
You're
deconstructive.
complicating this too much, like you do with everything else, and you just kind of like to baffle people with what you're saying. And believe me, what I'm saying, there's no DNA evidence, but believe me, dinosaurs are real because they have this.
Well, you seem to think that it
Believe
pivots.
them. Their stories
Cool.
line up.
So then you can accept the fact that we are very closely related to chimpanzees, bonobos, and we know that gorillas are less related to us, and orangutans even less so. And we can show the fact that there are relationships between all organisms on Earth due to genetics.
Nifty.
Consequences, but again, we don't take any particular one line of evidence as anything as completely conclusive. Basically we've got an incomplete data set, so we're making best use of the evidence at hand. But what we do have is the fact that life on Earth has been going on for a pretty fucking long time, and we can see major changes and major extinction patterns that have happened over that period of time.
Well, that ties
And just in
into
1824, did you guys discover the Megalosaurus, and not even a T-Rex, but so it's basically only been 203 years that you've discovered dinosaurs, like literally, like not
well,
just
we classified them. No, not discovered them. I would say that people have found probably bones. And again, Fundy brought up the great example of the number of different sort of societies that have sort of seemed to have found stuff and then created their stories around it. What we've done is we've taken a more scientific view of classifying them and categorizing them based on the homology of those organisms or the similarity of their structures.
Yeah, that was Trader, not me, but yeah,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. Still worth mentioning. But that second picture you posted, Foolish, where it's like the Triceratops head, right?
Yeah.
So like a big difference between that one and the picture above, right, is that well, first of all, I got a question about the above picture. Obviously, that wasn't fossilized with half of it sticking out of a stone surface and half of it, encased. And they probably, and rock has cleavage, and like that is natural. That like when you find a fossil, you might see a rock with a crack in it, and then you can literally like lift off like a cap, like a clamshell, right, and find the fossil in the middle. And so, someone probably found like a rock, and then they cracked it in half, and then in the middle you got a fossil sandwich, right? And then it'd be very hard because you'd have to do it with like small little jackhammers or Dremels or hammer and chisel or something, right?
They use the same drills that they use for your teeth.
Right. Yeah. Just grinding it slowly away, and but the picture above of that leg doesn't look like something that's been carved away by human hand with little electrical tools or anything. that looks like one of the things they just open up the clamshell and have it right there as it is. However, the thing
No.
below that pretty much has to be a plaster cast, right?
No, it's a real skull. It sold for $5.6 million.
And how would
That's
they
the biggest fucking crock of shit I've ever seen in my life.
how would they
Okay.
carve that out of the stone, like by hand, right? Like with little chisels and a hammer and little electric drills, and make sure they don't cut into the bone, just cut the rock that's encasing it from the inside and
I have
outside.
no idea, because again, I'm going to go back to my first principle, which is I don't have the provenance of where that find was from. I haven't looked into it, and I don't understand fully the methodology. So anything that I'll give you would just be a guess. So what we could do together is actually go and say, well, how do they do that? What is the explanation that's given for how they produce a fossil like that, and go from there. That's what I would do.
So you automatically believe them, but you're not skeptical at all. So you want to
No, I'm
together
very
walk
skeptical.
with Fundy and discover things. Meaning learn new things for the first time, but you still believe it, right? Like, it's not like you're skeptical at this point. You're not going to say,
Yeah, mainly because, and the reason for my lack of skepticism maybe on this is because I've walked on places like the Jurassic Coast. I've seen fossils, hundreds of fossils embedded in rock.
Well, none of us are denying fossils. We're just being skeptical about the idea of 200-foot, 100-foot long necked dinosaur lizards, or even just what's that?
Right, it's just doubt currently.
Oh,
which is not a bad thing to be. Yeah.
Well,
and I don't have a problem with people. I think having doubt is not irrational. I think making the presumption that it's false without doing the discovery piece, that's irrational.
Sure, foolish.
We're in the I don't know. No, let's say we're in the I don't know position. So we don't want to leap to the left or to the right.
Right. Yeah, that's the position I am most fond of. But Trader got to respond before I responded. That's fine and all. But about what you just said a minute ago about how you're like, from this point forward, we can look into this Triceratops skull together and learn more about it. And the thing I appreciate is that you're willing, even though you kind of know where I'm coming from, you're still willing to have me along for the ride. And what that...
I'll learn something from it, Fundy. That's the main thing. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know a shit that I don't.
Hold on, that wasn't what I was getting at. I was saying that you're willing to have me along for the ride, even though you've gotten to know me, that it's not going to be just like smooth sailing like they say it. We accept it and we learn more as we read. It's like you're willing to have me along for the ride, to call bullshit on anything, or at least call skepticism along the way. And that's great. I mean, you gotta have, both parties got to be interested in getting to some truth, but it doesn't matter if
Fundy, you're wrong, dude.
Okay,
he's not really trying to meet you halfway and walk from a starting point. I'm sorry to interrupt you, dude. Forgive me, but he's not, dude, because he just kind of explained that he's already seen fossils, but he's kind of like doing this to like hold your hand like a little kid in a condescending way.
No, I'm actually not.
So
this is my gap of knowledge, and this is why I'm going to disagree with you. We both agree that there are fossils in the ground. I don't think anyone's got a problem with that. That's my starting point. And I've been lucky enough to walk on places where you don't see sort of like 5 or 6. You see hundreds of them still embedded in the ground, and you can walk on them, look at them, and it's really fucking cool.
Yeah, I live next to a fossil. I live next to a fossil bed. I love going there and looking at it. It's fun. None of them are dinosaur fossils, but but I still like going to there. They exist. I've seen them.
So the bit that I don't know is how they take a lump of rock and end up with that. I don't know how they do that exactly. That's the bit I'm interested in discovering.
Right.
And that's the bit.
The completely carved out Triceratops one you're talking about.
Yeah,
how they end up with that.
Yeah, that process of how they end up with that.
Well, they can't use acid, probably.
It has more to do with what they were. It has more to do with what they were fossilized in, with the stuff that's around the fossil. That's what makes the big difference.
Well, it's going to have to be some sort of stone. But yeah, different stones can be maybe dissolved or weakened with different materials. I don't know. Or easier to carve out. But that's a clean, that's a very clean fossil. They really carved it down to the bone, and they didn't leave any rock behind. Must have taken years, painstaking underneath a magnifying glass and microscopes to make sure they don't take away any bit of the biological essence or not the essence of it. You know what I'm saying? The bone versus the medium it's in.
And they have the jaw all perfect and the teeth. Oh
yeah,
man.
to me, my thought is that's an artist rendition right there. That second one. The first one to me looks like a bird leg, or who knows what kind of animal, but probably a bird in my opinion. And by the way, you know that it's not like unanimously accepted, which nothing is, of course, but I mean by a large margin, whether it was like an asteroid or something, or a volcano, or multiple asteroids, or asteroids over the period of like 1,000 years, that made it just difficult to survive instead of one big catastrophe impact.
Well, I think it was John Smith and who was the other guy? Something like Mayo were the two guys that literally released papers within sort of months of each other on the iridium layer. And that's one of the sort of the key sort of pieces of evidence for that. And then we have the massive fossil beds that seem to sit just below that iridium layer. So that's part of the argument. I think again, I'm much more happy. I much prefer to talk about sort of Bronze Age development in the Eastern Mediterranean. I can wax lyrical on that shit.
Right, that's a Roman roof shingle. That's a bathhouse tile sort of stuff.
Yeah, I feel a lot more comfortable in that area. But even that, I mean, and again, that one of the things I love about archaeology is you're right. You're always trying to look for how the evidence best fits. But it's like having, a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, but you've only got sort of like 75 pieces. You're getting an idea of the picture, but you're not getting the whole picture. And that's probably why I'm quite conservative in these things. And generally, whenever you read papers on this stuff, you're right, there's always a very conservative set of language used. Rather than it is that, it is this.
Not as much as I'd hope.
Dinosaurs were pre-Hollywood. They're like the first, not the first, fiction tale, but it was more of like everybody loves dinosaurs, right? Let's just be honest. I love Jurassic Park. Did you like that movie? Fundy, be honest.
It's probably considered like the 30th best movie ever made. Everybody likes that movie, of course.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing, man. And then
great special effects, practical special effects, real models, not CGI.
When I watched that movie as a kid, I never questioned it ever. I was just rooting for the specific dinosaurs and rooting against the velociraptors, and it was
I was so rooting for the velociraptors, but we're obviously on different teams. I thought they were cute.
So Foolish, man, you know my well, you got a pretty good understanding of how I feel about flat Earth and how that tags along with my thoughts. You could assume on asteroids and meteorites, right? And one thing I'm really into is like minerals and crystals and rocks and stuff like that, fossils. And there's one crystal that's extremely expensive, not like diamond level or anything or opal, but it's pretty hard to come by. People aren't usually selling it in their shops, and the claim is that this is the crystal made by asteroid impacts, and it's called moldavite, and it's a lime green crystal.
Well, I think I know what you mean.
Yeah, and I've asked people like, this moldavite, huh? You have a little like note card next to it.
Oh
says,
yeah. This is desert
by,
glass, isn't it?
right, and I've always been real disappointed in the internet and people selling it and like backing it up that somehow this crystal has anything to do with a rock from space, making an impact. I don't know. I mean, there's over 4,000 varieties of crystals, but there's just one that's made by asteroid impacts, and I've always been very skeptical about that. But if you wanted to like back up, or I don't know, just add a little bit more to your globe repertoire of points, you could say, hey, there's a crystal, but you're going to have to make the case that moldavite actually is made by asteroid impact or meteor impact or whatever. And if anyone could make a solid case for that, I'd be interested. Like that, this crystal could only be
real
made.
quick. Have you heard of There's a guy named Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock.
I love Randall Carlson.
Yeah, he's into the numbers and stuff that I'm interested like that too. Yeah.
Yeah, he goes pretty far into the numbers. You're right, but he was on a Joe Rogan podcast, and he talks about the last ice age. So there was a certain time period where
Younger Dryas period is what he's really interested
you
in.
can tell if you want.
And the collapse of the Wisconsin ice cap and the flooding of the Washington scablands is one of his major focuses.
Oh yeah, he loves the scablands.
You're back into my territory. I feel a bit more comfy now.
Oh well, I was gonna go back and say to whoever was talking about the moldavite.
Yeah, that was me.
What they say is that it's not just that one, right, that comes from space. It would be the whole class of crystals known as tektites. Tektites are the class. The moldavite, right, is they claim, and I agree with you. I agree that it's there's so many different very, like classifications of crystals.
Tektites.
How can we say that they are from space? How can we verify this, right?
But the thing is, it's not technically a crystal, though, is it?
Oh no. Moldavite is definitely a crystal. It's translucent. Its molecular structure, you could argue that it's better classified as a glass than a crystal, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Really.
But normally crystals grow over time, where glass tends to, so desert glass is something I'm more familiar with, which you find quite a lot of in sort of ancient Egyptian jewelry.
Well, I know, but I mean, gold is a crystal.
Right, crystal. So yeah. Crystal means that you're a solid object with a consistent molecular structure.
That's an element.
No. Molecular structure, not atomic structure.
Sorry, you're right. I didn't hear the molecular.
So yeah, the definition of a crystal is a solid object with a consistent matrix pattern of its molecular structure. And glass isn't all that consistent. Even though it's pretty good, it's not consistent entirely throughout the whole thing, because it's just how it sets, as it cools, and that doesn't necessarily have to be perfect. And that's why quartz and glass are made of the same material, but quartz is a crystal and window glass is not.
Okay, so before I was interrupted by Foolish, I did actually bring up those two dudes who were talking about an event that happened like 12,000 years ago. Anyway, they identify it by what you're talking about, these minerals or this glass. I'm looking for the name that they actually used. Joe Rogan has talked about it.
It was Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson were on that particular podcast.
But what is the name that the impact, the kind of nano something?
Nanospheres.
Oh yeah, you're talking about those little balls they find, right?
Yeah, something like that. Like
you can also call them tektites as well.
What is it?
Tektites or nanospherals. Spherals.
Yeah, I forget what those
Trying
are
to
made
find
out
the
of.
actual word, but yeah, they're talking about, you know,
Mainly rock that's made molten and launched up high into the atmosphere and then falls back down again.
Just in the meantime, I want to tell you guys that there's pretty much two things in rock shops or museums that you'll find claim to be, you know, meteor impact created rocks, and like I said, the tektites. Mostly what you'll see as a specimen are moldavite, which is a lime green crystal that has a very interesting shape to it. It kind of does look like an explosion made solid in a sense. But then there's also these cut slabs of something that's very rich in iron. And the very interesting thing about this rock, I don't know the name of it, but they also say, oh, you know, it's meteor related. They'll actually have like like straight crisscross lines, almost like a circuit board type of look, but it's pretty much just like has a silver, like a stainless steel sort of sheen to it, and they sell it in slabs, like a coaster for your drink at a bar or something. They kind of sell it in that form mostly.
Sounds like
But
nickel.
what's that?
Sounds like nickel. NICKEL.
Oh no, yeah, I got you a nickel. I don't know. I've never seen nickel look like that, but I've never seen. I don't, you know, I guess I've never even seen nickel before in any form personally with my own eyes. But what they, I don't know what they call it, but you know, they say it's like rich in iron, and they cut it into slabs so that they can show you like this beautiful pattern of the like inner structure of it. And it is beautiful, but I still have doubts that meteorites have anything to do with its creation.